Amandla! Amandla! Long live the fighting spirit of Comrade Jessie Duarte, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Jessie, long live. Comrade marshals, leaders of Amazones, ngicela nibize abantu ngaphandle. There is space up there so that we can start with our program. So cela i-ANC Women's League isiqalele ingoma whilst we are getting comrades abangaphandle, Comrade Freddy and marshals, please encourage comrades to come inside. We want to start on time. Amandla.
16, 16, 16. Angel ma. Angel bana. Angel ba. Angel.
Let him pop. Comrades, can we have order, please? And just coming into the City Hall. Thank you very much. We are going to start with our program. My name is Nomvula Mukonyani. I'm a co-program director together with Comrade Tasnim, the Deputy Provincial Secretary of the ANC in Gauteng. Please be seated. We have a program that is very tight, and we're going to plead with everybody who is a speaker to stick to your allocated time as agreed. We are also having in our presence the family of Comrade Jessie Duarte. We have the leadership of the ANC and the Tripartite Alliance. We have President Thabo Mbeki. We have the leadership of the leagues. We have members of the diplomatic corps who are with us here today. We've got representatives of civil society who have also joined us. We want to thank the family for having afforded us an opportunity to have this program so that we afford as many of those that have been in the life of Comrade DSG Jessie Duarte to share with all of us what it has meant to have known Comrade Jessie from different angles. Thanks to the Duarte, Tango, and Whitley family. We're now going to start our program, as I've said. I'm going to request that we all rise. Journalists, join us in singing the national anthem. There's no best picture of anyone singing the anthem. Males who have their caps, their hats on, their beanies, please take them off to show respect.
Oh,
as we sing the African Union anthem. Comrade Amos? Okay, please be seated. No, we won't play it after. Let's move on. I'm now going to invite a comrade, a leader, who is now going to run this session on our behalf. And once more, I'm going to request that we all respect the ceremony that is going to be done now, in honor and in respect of Comrade Jessie. I will invite Comrade Mohammed Tango to come and guide us as we now going to have prayers that are going to be led by different denominations. Comrade Mohammed.
Thank you very much. Amandla. Let me please invite Reverend Mosunkutu to please start with the opening prayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and our Ambassador, Comrade Tango. I greet you all in the wonderful name of my Lord Jesus Christ. I just want to greet the family in particular, our former president, President Thabo Mbeki, our deputy president, President Mabuza, and protocol observed. Before I start making one declaration, and after that I will pray, let us sing this song that says, Halimputsa tsepo yaka kitari kije kilapetsi humungaka hayeki aye liriki boni uyena kiboni phumu thabo eli umurena haina petuho. Let us all remain standing except the family. The family can sit down. I'm going to read from the book of Psalm 91, which speaks about safety of abiding in the presence of God, irrespective of the situations we find ourselves in as people. We know that we have lost our hero, our sister, our everything, but we need to abide in the presence of God. It reads this: he who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him I trust. I will go to verse 9. It reads this: because you have made the Lord your refuge, even the Most High your dwelling place, no evil shall befall you, nor shall any plague come near you. For He shall give His angels charge over you, to keep you in all your ways. In their hands they shall bear you, lest you dash your foot against stone. Let us pray. Father God, in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we come before you this afternoon, Holy Father. You said in your word, you are Jehovah Jireh. In times like this, Lord, you are Jehovah, our comforter. As we are going to start this service, Holy Father, of our sister, Jessie Duarte, Holy Lord, I plead the power of your Holy Spirit to take charge in this place. In the name of Jesus, Holy Father, I plead the blood of Jesus that anything and everything that will want to disturb this service, I put it under your subjection, Holy Father. Father, I just want to bless this service right now, and everything that is going to happen in this place, it is going to be blessed by you. In the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ, amen and amen.
As I invite Maulana Rawat to join us on the platform, he will be followed by Maulana Bobat, who will say a short prayer. Let me also recognize a faith leader that was close to Jessie, sitting in the audience here today, the Reverend Frank Chikani. Thank you very much, Reverend Rawat.
Ambassador Mohammed Dengo, the family of the late Jessie Duarte, President Thabo Mbeki, Deputy President David Mabuza, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you with the universal Islamic greeting of peace, mercy and blessings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I have been asked to say a few words before my colleague would lead us in the Islamic prayer. Let me commence by offering my condolences and sympathies to all the family members and the near and dear ones of the late Jessie Duarte. We know that the Dengo family in particular have not only lost their sister, but in recent months, they have lost 4 of their siblings. May the Almighty heal their pain, and may He grant them strength and fortitude, which is required during such trying times. I want to say to them that you remain in our prayers. Let me begin by asking a question. When someone passes on, why do we pay tribute? We know, and it's an acknowledged fact, no one is perfect, no one lives a perfect life. There are many people, and at times prominent people, who pass on. We may differ with them ideologically, politically, and in many other ways, but why do we then still pay tribute to them? There are many answers that can be given. I'll focus on 2 very quickly. The one is, when the deceased has struggled, sacrificed, and contributed in a way that we are the beneficiaries of that struggle, then we have to acknowledge and we have to pay tribute. Secondly, when the deceased's contribution and struggle can highlight to us the way that we can continue our own struggle against the challenges of our time, then we pay tribute. It reminds me of a statement of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, when he said, "Remember the good qualities of your deceased." No one is perfect, but we look at the good qualities and we take inspiration from that. So my message this afternoon firstly focuses on this fact. that South Africans are the beneficiaries of the activism and the struggle of the late Yasmin, Jessie and her likes. And secondly, there are lessons to be learned from the life of the late Jessie that can hold us in good stead in terms of the challenges that we face today, almost 30 years after democracy. Jessie dedicated her life to championing the cause of non-racialism, equality, and justice for all. She came from a family where almost every member, if not every member, served the broad liberation movement through different organizations and continued the struggle for justice even after democracy. Talking about justice, this concept of justice serves as the edifice of Islam. Justice is the underlying rationale of every law of the Quran. Justice permeates all Islamic values because there can be no peace in the absence of justice. Justice has been the goal of all revelation and scripture sent to humanity. Muslims in the Quran are commanded to be just to friends and foe alike, to be just against those who have wronged you, to be just against those that you detest. Actually, every Friday in the sermon in every mosque, the preacher reminds the congregation of this verse, Inna Allaha ya'muru bil adli, that Allah commands you to be just. Many South African Muslims, like Ahmed Katrada, Dullah Umar, Molvi Kachalia, Ahmed Timol, Abu Bakr Azvat, Imam Harun, and multitudes of others, were inspired by this deeply embedded concept of justice in the Quran to struggle at great personal cost against the evil of the apartheid ideology and the apartheid regime, seeking a just society for all. Let me say this very emphatically. We are the beneficiaries of their dedication, their sacrifice, and their struggle. They were true patriots. They had this concept of justice coupled with true love for the country that made them truly committed to this beautiful country of ours. Let me say this, friends, in the midst of a plethora of socio-economic challenges that face us today, in the midst of the scourge of materialism and corruption, each one of us needs to assess and to renew our commitment to this great country of ours. We once again require a generation of patriots who will selflessly rise to struggle for a better country for all. Many have described the late Jessie as a dynamite in a small package. She may have been small in stature, but she was a force who stood her ground. You see, advocating for change is not an easy task. It requires courage. It requires one to engage in campaigning for action. Unfortunately today, materialism, fake news, apathy, obsession with bling culture, social media image obsession, and many other factors have become obstacles on this journey towards a great country. Let me say that we all need to continue the struggle. You don't have to achieve it all. Sometimes it's not realistic to achieve it all. Being a hero doesn't mean you succeed in saving the day. It just means you tried. A hero is an ordinary individual who finds the strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles. A hero is someone who does what must be done and needs no other reason. Many have commented about how the late Yasmin Jessie preferred to continue her residency in a humble home, in an area of her upbringing, and to remain among the common folk. She preferred simplicity. It was this simplicity that radiated in her Islamic funeral and burial. There has been a lot of interest subsequent to her funeral and burial on Sunday. And let me just say this in passing as I start to conclude. An Islamic burial advocates no unnecessary delay, no prolonged formalities, no exorbitant cost in the shrouding or in the burial. It advocates a simple proceeding arranged within hours of the demise, preceded by the cleaning of the physical body and shrouding of the body in simple white sheets before a short prayer results in a quick burial. An Islamic burial aims to give dignity to the deceased yet to remain simple, inexpensive, and non-burdensome to the deceased loved ones and to the community. So whilst on the one hand, we require a renewed commitment by selfless patriots to combat the scourges of the day, simultaneously, we also need leaders who are simple, leaders who are servants. We require servant leadership. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, "A leader is only a leader if he is a servant." We cannot prosper as a country if our leaders continue to focus on their narrow interest and continue to be indifferent to the suffering of the people that they lead. Servant leadership should not only be demanded of the leaders of the day, it should be the ideal around which we create and mold the leaders of tomorrow. My time is up. Let me conclude with these thoughts. Illness and death is an apt reminder of our frailty and our limitations. As much as we fear illness for ourselves and for our loved ones, at times, illness is God's blessing in disguise. It provides the patient with an opportunity to slow down, to get off the treadmill of routine, to reflect, to reassess, and to purify oneself spiritually. Illness gives the patient an opportunity to make things right. Death is a reminder that even those who have led us will go. And it's also a reminder that we all have to go. The question is, what will we do before we go? I'll close with this quote of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, when he said, "If you are holding a shoot in your hand that you are about to plant, and it is announced that the hour is to take place, resurrection is to take place, take the opportunity of planting the shoot. Do what you can whilst you still can to make a difference." I close with a quote from the Quran, and that is, "An Almighty does not change the condition of people unless they change what is within themselves." Thank you.
Thank you, Maulana. I'm going to invite the Reverend Frank Chikani to say deliver a brief message, and thereafter we'll conclude with a prayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like Program Director to start by expressing my condolences to the family, the Dengo family and the Duarte family. Unfortunately, the stage is imposing. I can't see you from the stage, and that's the challenge of being too short. I've been asked to do something quite unique. Others were asked to come and pray. And I would like, before I do that, having expressed my condolences to the family and recognize the leadership, the former president and Tatembe Kilime, the Deputy President of the African National Congress, the Treasurer General and Secretary General. At the same time, Limme Baleka, Realeboha, and all the leaders who are here, diplomatic corps. I've been brought here like a soldier. You know, a soldier is always ready to do what he is commanded to do. And I would like to read, and I know Jessie Duarte would have allowed me to read this particular scripture. It says, if we live, we live for the Lord. And if we die for the Lord. Therefore, whether we live or we die, we belong to God. And so I just want to say, Comrade Jessie, I've known Comrade Jessie from the 70s. It's a long time ago. And the next, after working with the women's groups, Lima Masisulu and others, Jessie appeared in the office of Beas Nodi and worked with Beas Nodi. And I just want to say, and this is the only thing I'm here for because it's very important. I just want to say that Jessie Duarte was an ecumenist per excellence. An ecumenist per excellence. She was able to struggle across all the religions without difficulty and work with anybody who was committed on one thing, and it is the issue of justice. When the issue of justice comes into play, it does not matter whether you are black or white. It does not matter whether you are Muslim or Christian. It does not matter whether you are Christian or Jew. It really doesn't matter. Because this God, you remember, it ends up with God. This God is a God of justice. And the God of justice does not differentiate between people. That God treats everybody as God's people rather than just divided people. And so in this particular form of ecumenism, I just want to say, for those who are conservative Christians, you know, there are those who are so conservative that they find it difficult to relate to other people. I went to a church in Bethlehem, Christian Evangelical Church. And that church started singing, and there was Allah in it. And then they started preaching, there was Allah in it. And I thought, this is very funny. I must go and check what it means and realize that's how they understand God. And so Jessie Duarte, I just want to say, stood for the truth, worked with everybody, and made sure that we achieve our freedom. And after freedom, she stood again. And it was very difficult, but she played her part, and would like to thank her for playing this extraordinary role that she played. May God bless you.
Can I now call upon Sheikh Bobat to come and conclude with a prayer? Thank you very much, and I hope I don't have to catch you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, the Honorable Ambassador, Professor Mohammed Dengo, and the family. Our deepest condolences. And we'd also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge in presence the dignitaries, the former State of Head, President Thabo Mbeki, David Mabuza, the Deputy President, and all other dignitaries. We take this opportunity to pray to the Almighty, and we say, all praises belong to the Almighty Allah, the Lord of the universe, the most compassionate, the most merciful. May His choices of blessings be upon all the prophets and His chosen servants. Allahumma alif bayna qulubina wa aslih dhata baynina واهدنا سبل السلام ونجنا من الظلمات إلى النور وجنبنا الفواحش ما ظهر منها وما بطن. O Lord, unite our hearts, mend our relationships, and guide us to the path of peace. Bring us out of darkness into light, and keep us away from manifest and concealed obscenities. Bless us in our faculties. Accept our repentance. Indeed, you are the most forgiving, the most merciful. Make us grateful for your blessings, so we may receive them with due praise and perfect them for us. O Lord, unite our nation around the principles of peace, justice, love, and abiding faith. Most merciful, we pray for our nation to remain tolerant and loving. Remove prejudice from our hearts. O Lord, most strong, give us the strength to protect and care for our neighbors. Lord, most merciful, allow us to show kindness to those most vulnerable in society. Protect us from evil. Inspire and guide us in defending those open to abuse. Grant us the strength to be selfless, caring, and compassionate in our endeavors. Forgive your servant Yasmin. Shower her with your mercy and transform her grave into a garden of bliss. Grant her family and friends patience and endurance during these testing times. Amen.
Thank you very much. We now will proceed with the political program. And before I call the Deputy Chairperson of the province, Comrade Nomantu, who will give us welcome remarks, let me take this opportunity to greet the leadership of the country, as well as the National Executive Committee. I'll start with greeting the President Thabo Mbeki and Mamzanele Mbeki, the Deputy President of the African National Congress and of the Republic, Comrade Mabuza, who leads the delegation of the National Executive Committee, Comrade TG Paul Mashatile, the National Convener of the Women's League National Task Team, Mam Baleka Mbete, and the entire leadership and membership of the Women's League, the convener of the Youth League, Comrade Nongleba, and the entire leadership and membership of the Youth League. As we proceed with the program, we will acknowledge those dignitaries and guests who have also been part or who are present and will be part of the program. Comrade Nomantu, if I could please call you to the podium to welcome the guests and dignitaries to the memorial service. Thank you very much.
Amanda! Amanda! Thank you, comrades. Ngiyabonga. Let me greet the leadership of the African National Congress, led by the Deputy President, Treasurer General of the ANC, and all the NEC members that are present. Let me greet our former President, Babu Thabo Mbeki, Mrs. Zanele. Let me greet Usis Balega, who's leading the delegation from the ANC Women's League. Let me greet all the religious leaders that are present today. Distinguished guests, our fellow mourners, good afternoon. On behalf of the African National Congress Executive Committee, I hereby wish to once more convey our heartfelt condolences to the Duarte family for the loss of our beloved sister and a friend, Comrade Jessie Duarte. We are gathered here today to bid farewell to one of our outstanding and respected actors who advocated against freedom for humanity. As a nation, we have lost someone who was not only a gift to us as South Africans, but a gift to humanity. We, those of us who knew her passing is a bitter pill to swallow, for we know how active she was, lively and very vibrant as she was in her life. The pain of our collective sorrow is worsened by the recalling of the old joys shared together with her over time, and have expanded into enlarged pleasure of who we are growing into becoming from life where we born into lived and pursued. Tendencies of our lives often give way to the inevitability of passing on into the spiritual realm at the conclusion of our mortal existence. Comrades and friends, our gift is collectively woven into the mourning of great patriots of outstanding qualities whose life and time define the future, we besieged with the responsibility of building. Ladies and gentlemen, it is never possible to condition a mind for death of someone closest to you. Personally, it has been difficult since the breaking of profoundly tragic news about the untimely passing of Comrade Jessie. All the while, deep in our hearts, we say little prayer in recessions of our minds that such eventuality of death does not come closer to those we dearly love and hold dearly. Fellow mourners, the country as a whole is wounded and in deep grief at the loss, especially at this point where she was advocating for gender-based violence. She held a view that says, open quote, the high rate of femicide in all forms of violence directed at women and children should be fought with all vigor as an honor to all our women. She used to say that, open quote again, if we allow this situation to continue at this rate, the struggle for women and emancipation would have been in vain, close quote. Her exemplary life should serve as an inspiration even to all young professionals in this industry to carry out responsibilities with diligence and commitment to improving the lives of the people. Comrades and friends who have come to remember and honor her as a woman who gave her entire life to the creative, to the African National Congress, but also to remember and cherish her generosity and friendship that she used to do. She was a great dreamer and who forged the new realities to us as mourners. And we are here in bright sunshine to bow our heads and dip our banners in a deep moment of reflection. In recollecting all her unique attributes, I'm certain that I speak on behalf of all the comrades that are here today, including those comrades that have grown to know Comrade Jessie as an exceedingly courageous, inherently honest, independent thinker of sound mind, highly intelligent and extremely loyal, humble above all, a soft-spoken personality. She always kept focus on the results and testimonies of the reality of a kind, an awesome phenomenon in our social political skies, and knitting together the million little things that she did that define her as a friend and a trustworthy comrade, that the biography we have written in our hearts and engraved in our minds tells the story of her in terms of the courage. What we know of her is that her profile and action speaks to us of the finer thinker. It paints a picture of a person of loyal to her cause. It reminds us of personal sacrifice that she made. Informs all who cares to know that she was a humankind who could laugh and cry. She could rejoice and despair. She could play and work, and she could love and she could hate. But most importantly to us, she came to us as her life characterized by a sense of duty. And as we remember her, I know that in your life you have differed from others in terms of the ideas and opinions. I want to thank you, Comrade Director, Comrade Jessie Alalengo-Xolo, and to the family, our sincere condolences. We hope that you'll find solace, time heals, and all the wounds that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Deputy Chair. I'm now going to call the following speakers who will deliver messages of 3 minutes each, and as they come, if we can greet them with a strong revolutionary song. The convener of the ANC Youth League, Comrade Nongleba, the Commissar Mbulelo Musi of MKLWV, Mam Nanso Kumalo of the ANC Veterans League, and Mayor Baleka Mbete of the convener of the ANC Women's League. Amandla! 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 Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Jessie Duarte, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Jessie Duarte, long live. Amandla. Comrade Nongleba.
spirit of Jessie Duarte, long live! Thank you very much, Comrade Program Director. Greetings to the former President of the Republic, as well as the former President of the ANC, Comrade Mbeki. We greet the leadership of the ANC as led by the Deputy President. Greetings to the leadership of the Alliance, the leadership of the PYA, all the leagues, all members of opposition parties. We saw some leaders of opposition parties present today, leaders and members of fraternal international organizations, leadership of the diplomatic corps, leaders of the various faith-based organizations who started this program here today by blessing us all, and more importantly, the Dango and Duarte family. And as young people, we want to convey our sincerest condolences to the family, and most importantly, thank the families for having borrowed us, this gallant fighter, revolutionary activist, feminist, leader, mother, sister, and everything else that Comrade Jessie was to all of us. As the Youth League, we stand here today having lost someone who had supported us from day one. Comrade DSG was first and foremost our best and greatest supporter, but she was also our greatest critic. When we got appointed as the NYTT, she was the first official to call us and offer her unwavering support, but she was also the first official to always call and shout at us when she believed that we were doing things that were not ANC or that were not in line with the ANC. In fact, our relationship with the DSG as the NYTT was so rocky that at some point the coordinator and I would take turns in taking her calls, because we would know that whenever she would call, it's either to shout at us or to, question what we've been doing. And in between, we would get the calls that would say, well done, ladies, you're doing very well. And that was someone, comrades, that initially we didn't understand why the DSG was so hard on us. And it got to a point where we decided to go to, no, actually, let's have a meeting with the DSG to understand why is she so hard on us. And we actually had a meeting where we felt, let's ask her what exactly is happening. And in that meeting, she said that first and foremost, I'm not here to coddle you. She also said to us that as young women, you've been given the greatest responsibility of rebuilding the Youth League. Part of that is going to mean that you must accept that responsibility and that you must lead. You can't come and cry to us every time we have a disagreement. You can't come to us and send us emails complaining about the other one, but you've been given the responsibility to lead, and we expect you to do exactly that. And she treated us as leaders who are equal to her. She never treated us as children. She never treated us as just young women, but she treated us as leaders in our own right. The DSG, more than anything, I think as young people, we all know that she was always a phone call away. The comrades of the Young Women's Desk actually asked us to convey this message as well, to say that she was one person who was unwavering about the principle of non-sexism. And we also know how vocal she was, even within the NEC of the ANC, about the patriarchal nature of the African National Congress. She was also very vocal about the lack of true non-racialism in the ANC. I think we'll all remember the article that went around a couple of years ago where she actually referred to the ANC as a racist movement. And at the time, she was speaking about the lack of our commitment to the principles of non-racialism. And as young people, as we stand here today, and as we continue to do our work of rebuilding the Congress Youth League, we recommit ourselves to the values of the African National Congress, of building first and foremost a South Africa and an ANC which is non-racial and non-sexist, because those are the two values that Comrade DSG believed the ANC was swaying away from. And as we continue to rebuild not only our ANC, and we recommit ourselves to the renewal of the movement and that of the Youth League as well, more than anything, let us continue to recommit ourselves to the values of an ANC that is an ANC which is the servant of the people, an ANC that is true in form to what we speak about when we speak about renewal, and more than anything, an ANC that is building a national democratic society which is non-racial, non-sexist, united, democratic, and prosperous. Amandla!
Thank you, Comrade Nongceba. As I call Commissar Musi to the stage, let me acknowledge the YCLSA National Secretary and your delegation, the Youth League National Coordinator, Comrade Joy Mamela, the COSAS SG and his delegation, the ANC Women's League Young Women's Desk National Convener and your delegation. Commissar Musi was also the spokesperson of Comrade Jessie when she was the MEC. And I want to...
Sisabala Selilis, Sisabala Selilis, Sisabala Selilis, Sisabala Selilis, Sisabala Selilis, Sisabala Selilis, Amandla, Amandla. Long live the spirit of Jessie Duarte, long live. Long live the spirit of O.R. Tambo, long live. Long live the spirit of Chris Hani, long live. Program Director, former President of the Republic of South Africa and the African National Congress, Comrade Thabo Mbeki, Deputy President, Comrade Mabuza, Treasurer General, Comrade Paul Mashatile, members of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress, leadership of the Alliance, Leagues, Mass Democratic Movement, members of the Diplomatic Corps, most importantly, members of the Tango and Duarte families, and all protocol observed. I stand here assigned by Mkondowensi's Liberation War veterans, a united structure that represents all the generations of Mkondowensi's that characterizes history over 60 years. We talk of Lutuli detachment, June 16 detachment, Moncada detachment, Isandlwana detachment, Marinoche detachment, the Young Lions, Panemulukwane detachments, including the SDUs as well. In their name, I'm humbled to be given an opportunity to pay homage and our last tribute and salute to one of the gentle giants of our struggle, Comrade Jessie Duarte. She was a jack of all trades, a master of all. She was a woman of all seasons. I had the privilege of knowing Comrade Jessie when I left the South African National Defence Force to join the Gauteng provincial government as his spokesperson in 1995 up to 1997. What a moment of life it turned out to be for my life. I learned a lot from her, but I also experienced her wrath. Oh, Comrade Jessie could tell you where to get off. I remember one time in Shauta, she gave me, I'm too soft with media statement. Needs to know, but you have to be diplomatic. At what diplomacy? Say it this way, young dictator. That's my profession, Comrade Jessie. And she says, you are going to do exactly what I tell you. But I say, you're rough on me, Comrade Jessie. She says, I'll be rough until you move out of mediocrity. Write what I tell you. That's Comrade Jessie for you. It turned out to be a turning point in my life. She was forthright, straight, and she'll tell you, purely because she wanted us to do the best for the African National Congress. Thanks, Comrade Jessie, for being who you were. I stand here at a time when we needed her most. All of you will know that Umkhonto weSizwe was one of the most glorious armies of our people since it was formed. However, of late it became a shadow of his own self. We had MKLVA fighting MK National Council and all those things that we never knew in the history of Umkhonto weSizwe. In the 54th conference of the ANC, this must come to a stop. Let us unite, and I'm happy to say without any fear of contradiction, it was Comrade Jessie who stood up and said, I shall dissolve MKMVA, I shall dissolve the National Council, and form one people's army called Umkhonto weSizwe. Thank you, Comrade Jessie, for uniting us. We come here to say, members of the family, your loss is our loss. Your pain is our pain. We shall pick up the spear and take off from where she left off until her destiny that she wanted, a better life for our people. Amandla.
Amandla. Matla. Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta ibhokodo. Uzokufa. Thank you, Comrade Directors. Allow me to give my respect to the leadership, Comrade Mbeki and Mrs. Mbeki, Comrade Mabuza, and allow me to say all protocols observed. I want to say to you, comrades, we have lost a giant. We as women, we have lost one of our giants. A few weeks ago, Comrade Jessie called me, and I was so surprised because knowing very well that she was not well. And she said to me, she wanted to be with the Veterans League. And I said, that will be very wonderful, Comrade Jessie, if you come and join us as veterans. I want to say to you that before she was admitted in school, we used to engage to discuss about racism and tribalism that is killing our country as well as our organization. Comrade Jessie was very much concerned about racism and tribalism in our country and our movement, and that we have to dealt with or acted powerfully on the question of racism and tribalism. Racism and tribalism has caused a lot of damage to individuals, community, organization, as well as our country. As we bid farewell to a great, powerful woman, Comrade Jessie Duarte, I want to dedicate some work that I have put together and also to express how she felt about racism and tribalism. On human ignorance, I am almost in despair. Racism and tribalism is around us everywhere, but like as they say, sheer ignorance is a bliss. Just like Judas in the Bible betrayed Jesus with a kiss. Some people carry their honor in a flag of their nationality, language, and they brag. They feel superior, feel different, and discriminate. And this is what Comrade Jessie was against. Many people are still judged by their race, for there never ought to be a place, a fair go. Those untruthful words I do recall there is such a thing as a fair go for all. Though we live in what we call democracy, racism, tribalism still exists, we are not free. We are judged on where we come from, the color of our skin, our language, from which wealthy families we come from, and how rich we are. For many, equality and respect seem impossible to win. It's been a while since the days of Baba Dube, Mandela, Tambo, Mama Lilian Ngoyi, Charlotte Maxeke, Ruth First, Mary Moodley, and Jessie Duarte. And many of our icons, their names to it has a familiar ring. If against racism they did not choose to strive today, those great men and women will be alive. So many holding the reins of power are not spiritually aware that racism and tribalism is around us everywhere. And racism and tribalism only leads to division, hatred, killings, and wars. Racism is deeply seated in our conscious and subconscious that we have long bowed to such annoying ideals. As we bid farewell to our beloved leader, Comrade Jessie Duarte, let us act and fulfill her wishes in fighting against racism and tribalism by committing ourselves to fight the forces of environmental injustice like climate change, which harm our communities. Let us commit ourselves to look inward and pushing progress forward on inclusion and diversity so that great ideas can be heard. As we prepare for our national conference, let's work together and ensure to have 50% of all racial groups in all our ANC structures and our movement at large. Let us remember the ANC will that dates from 1955 campaign for the Congress of the People, which drew up and adopted the mighty Freedom Charter, where the spokes represented all national groups in South Africa. Let us act, be practical by fighting against divisions, corruption, and position mongering. Let's work together and fulfill the wishes of Comrade Jessie Duarte. Lala, Comrade Jessie, lala, uphumule, ufezile, umsebenzi wako, amandla.
As I call Mambaleka Mbete, let me also greet the leadership of Limpopo Province as led by the Provincial Secretary, Comrade Lawrence. I'm told he's also joined by the secretaries of Vembe and Skukune regions. Amandla! Mambaleka. Mambete, you are next, yes? Malibongwe! Malibongwe!
Swingela makose gaze. Osoze opela manda. Osoze opela manda. Osoze opela manda. Kamala makosikazi amandla. Comrades, let me align myself with all the protocols as having already been set, but I wish to acknowledge the family, to greet them, and to offer them condolences specifically from the ANC Women's League. I also recognize the President Thabo Mbeki and Usis Zanele and the officials and leadership of the African National Congress that is here. Comrades, I'll just highlight 3 points from what I had prepared. In this year of conferences, Jessie is suddenly not with us. In a time when her skills are sorely needed, I feel for comrades who worked closely with her, especially in clearing the political environment of one single affliction around elections, a regular feature in political life: disputes. We get riddled with disputes everywhere, every branch, every region, every province, there are disputes. And Jessie would be dashing up and down, dashing in and out of provinces, settling, helping to resolve the disputes. I really think that the record of the work that she has been compiling as to how best to do this should be brought together into a manual to help the movement in dealing with this permanent feature in our environment, in our structures specifically. My second point is actually the main point I want to make today, because back in February, she sent a message that showed that she was not at peace even as she was lying in hospital. When she was thinking of the organization, she was thinking of what's going to happen in December, she was thinking of the retrogression that was registered in the last conference, whereas the conference before had elected 2 women officials, the last one went back and had 1. So I stand here representing our women and so have a responsibility to convey to us something which preoccupied our DSG, even as she lay in hospital, as I've said, that the correct interpretation of our 50-50 commitments on women should be realized in the December conference. We believe, comrades, that a deliberate discussion must be agreed upon, structured, and must enable us to have an engagement ensue in the relevant forum to ensure, in the name of Jessie, this time the ANC implements its stated policy position. Experience has taught that the situation being left to only relying on the 50-50 balance emerging automatically from the democratic process in branch meetings exposes us to a situation where the pace of progress will crawl for the next century. We saw it, comrades, in the recent local government elections, where reality relating to the level of consciousness in the different communities create a situation where our women have trouble emerging, because the level of consciousness is not such that it can happen easily and automatically. It's a challenge not facing the ANC Women's League, it's a challenge of the African National Congress as a whole. We believe that, comrades, this matter warrants a team to be created which must look into the issue, which must include our political education NEC committee. It must include comrades from the OR Tambo School of Leadership. It must have the ANC Gender Committee, and it, of course, must have the Women's League itself. And this team must have tight timeframes and report to the National Working Committee in the next 3 months as to, when we look around the world, what lessons can we learn and how can we apply them in ensuring that the ANC, which has already got policy commitments and constitutional commitments, how do we implement them, not pay lip service to them? So that's the main message I'm bringing here today to the African National Congress, the family for which Comrade Jessie worked very, very hard. Lastly, many people have commented on Comrade Jessie as having had a very high level of discipline, which she lived by. Obviously, this showed up in her daily work ethic she demanded on herself and those around her. As we bid her farewell, let each ANC branch recommit to a code of discipline which will make her smile, her approval, wherever she is in her new world from which she will continue to look over us. Amandla! Malibongwe! Thank you.
Amandla, thank you very much, comrades from the structures of the African National Congress. With us today are also leaders from international political parties. We have the Secretary General of the Council for the Defense of Democracy in Burundi, President Philippe Nyusi of Frelimo in Mozambique, the Deputy Chairperson of Unity and Development Party in Somaliland, the Secretary General of the United Party for National Development in Zambia, and the head of the International Department of the Communist Party of China. Amandla! Thank you very much, comrades. We will now get a short video clip, and then I will hand over to Mamnomvula to take us through the next portion of the program. Thank you very much.
Who doesn't want to be part of the team to build the ANC back must excuse us. We will go on. We will not give up. We will not find excuses why the ANC is weak. We will simply rebuild from the bottom up and not look backwards. So I want to thank you. I know you spend
We will continue sharing some of the short clips of Comrade DSG on the ground and the messages. I want to plead Comrade Pule and Comrade Amos, if you could go down there and work together with our team that is dealing with communication. Amandla, long live the undying spirit of Comrade Jessie, long live. We're now moving to reflections on the life of Jessie Duarte. It has been difficult to select comrades and friends, but we believe that the following comrades will actually be a reflection of the different times of Comrade Jessie's life. And I'm also going to appeal to them to stick to the 3-minute rule. 3, nomngani wami uyangikhomba manje athi nami 10, Matef. We are appealing. I'm going to start with a member of the National Executive Committee who has also been a member of the PEC here in Gauteng, an activist of the Mass Democratic Movement, a member of the Transvaal Indian Congress. We used to call him Fee. There was Firoza Adams and Firoz Kachalia. And we used to call him Fee when he was nice to us, and we'll call him Firoz when he points a finger at us. So I'm going to invite him to say a few words. He is none other than, again, a member of the National Executive Committee. 3 minutes, Comrade Fee.
Amandla Watinda Bafazi Malibongwe. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Jessie. Long live Amandla Amandla Matla. Let me greet our leadership, Comrade Mohammed, Ambassador, Comrade Tam Beki, former President, Comrade Mabuza, Comrade Balega, and of course Comrade Paul, our TG. It is a great honor to be asked to pay this tribute. And I carry that responsibility with a strong sense of duty. I'm not sure that we can believe that we have really lost Comrade Jessie. She has been such a looming presence in our lives. Even the meetings of the NEC don't feel normal since she has not been able to attend. But her memory will live on in the pantheon of ANC leaders. Mama Sisulu, Sisi Gool, Francis Bart, Bertha Kowa, Zainab Asfat, Ray Alexandra, as she struggled with her life and all her strength to the last. We share our grief, our pain, our enduring pain with this wonderful family who have suffered so much over the last few years. Mohammed, having lost his beloved wife, Nazli, and grandson, the older brother, Suleiman, fondly called Suli, from this brilliant family of sons and daughters who have offered up so much for the people of this country. The people of Nuclear and Rivoli are in pain today, just as people throughout our country, across the country, there are memorial services to Comrade Jessie. I particularly owe a very special gratitude to Comrade Jessie, Comrade Paul, because of course I would never have been appointed MEC for Community Safety after Nomvula, had she not been, because she proved, Comrade Paul, that you can be a pint size and stand up to these big police officers. So I was like maybe 1 or 2 inches taller than her, and I thought perhaps I've got a chance also to be appointed. But seriously, many of us have relationships that go back with Comrade Jessie so long. I have a deep, deep respect and love for Comrade Jessie, based on an acquaintance with her for what, about 50 years? I don't know exactly how long. Deeply compassionate, extremely loyal to the people who she worked with and whom she trusted. I think perhaps today of Ignatius Jacobs, who in his difficult times could turn to her. And I see many of her comrades in the audience today, another Comrade Jessie and Patrick Flusk, people who worked with her. I remember, particularly for some reason, the memorial service to Johnny Issel. I addressed that memorial service, and I was a little, perhaps too forthright in expressing my feeling that things were going wrong in the African National Congress. And I didn't want political rhetoric at that memorial service. I wanted comrades to talk about what Comrade Johnny Issel really stood for. And on that occasion, I remember how patient she was in listening to what I had to say at the time. How can you pay tribute, or what kind of tribute can you pay to this complex, multifaceted leader of the African National Congress? This girl from Nuclear, what Matatu Tsedu in his wonderful tribute called a soldier on behalf of all of us, who led a life of courage and commitment, of endurance, in class struggles, in the movement for national liberation, in the movement demanding dignity and equality for women, in communities, in the struggle against the tricameral system under the leadership of Professor Mohammed, in the UDF, in the underground, Over the last 3 decades in the ANC, since its unbanning, in times of hope and promise, in times of despair and pessimism, what is it that explains why she was true right to the last, right to the end? Amidst all the noise and clamor, the toing and froing, am I done already? Okay. I think what I will do is read a poem, a tribute to Comrade Jessie. It's actually, it's not a poem I've written. It's a poem by Jack Simons that he wrote for his dear beloved wife, Ray Alexander, which I've taken some poetic license with to adapt. But I think it's fitting because in some way, Comrade Jessie carries, we can think about Comrade Jessie carrying the torch of Comrade Ray. Your birthday, dearest Jessie, live on forever in the minds and hearts of all who love you, and marvel at what you've done as a mother, granny, wife, and comrade in the lifelong struggle for the rights of children, men and women, who are poor and suffer under the yoke of private profit, who struggle to be free and equal in the land of their birth. You, Ma Jessie, the universal mother, giving aid and comfort to all who bear the burden of race oppression, teaching them to organize and fight for justice, peace, and liberty. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Jessie. Long live Amandla.
Thank you very much, Professor Kachalia. I'm going to invite the following comrades. Comrade Kerenza Millard. Kerenza comes from Rudiport here in Johannesburg. She was a little girl when Comrade Jessie identified her. She worked with Comrade Jessie. We worked with her in the West Rand. She became a family friend of Comrade Jessie. She's going to be followed by Comrade Keith Bingle. They worked together in the office of Comrade Beas Nodia. And thereafter we'll call Comrade Daphne Mashilenkosi, who also worked with Comrade Jessie as a friend, a sister, and a comrade in the women's movement and in the communities here in the Transvaal. Kerry?
Thank you, Comrade Nomvola. I'd like to acknowledge former President Mbeki and the Deputy President Mabuza, the leadership of the ANC, Jessie's friends, comrades, and of course Jessie's family. It's an honor to be here to acknowledge and pay my respects to Jessie. I worked with Jessie when she was first appointed as the MEC for Safety and Security in what was then known as the PWV province. I was part of her strategic management team with Carlton Nkuta, the late Carlton Nkuta, and Ian Robertson. And later I worked with her when I was a member of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in the Safety and Security Standing Committee. Jessie had a really tough job because for sound policy reasons then and as now, policing was a national competence. The provincial commissioner did not report to her. She could not instruct him to do anything. Her primary role as MEC was to build the relationship between the police and communities at local level through the establishment of community policing forums. And at that time, given our history, and given the brutalization of communities by the police, encouraging communities to trust the police was no easy task. Jessie was the public face of policing, and people weren't concerned with the legislative arrangements or the distinction between what was a national or a provincial competence. They looked to her for solutions to their problems. So Jessie worked with the police and community and business organizations to find solutions that went beyond just policing. She worked in every community and in every sector. She worked to combat taxi violence. She worked in areas where there was gang violence. She worked with women's organizations and NGOs, with the police, to deal with domestic violence. She worked in every single sector. Jessie was accessible and she was fearless. On one occasion at a meeting that we were attending in Westbury between rival gang members, the meeting got rowdy and her protector wanted to take her out of the meeting. But Jessie refused. She stood between the gangs in the middle of the meeting, and she called them to order as only Jessie could. This tiny woman calling people to order, and of course, the meeting was called to order. When a pop crew demonstration at Orlando Police Station resulted in the death of a police officer, it was Jessie who went to Orlando. It was Jessie who mediated between police management and the union, and it was Jessie who negotiated an agreement. As a boss and as a colleague, Jessie was exacting, but she never expected anything more from any one of us than she did from herself. She was disciplined and she was meticulous. As a mentor and a friend, she was generous, she was kind, and she was loyal. I had just turned 25 when I started working for Jessie. I had very little experience, and probably not the kind of experience that she needed to support her in her task. But Jessie didn't seem to mind. She took me in hand, she taught me, she mentored me, as she herself had been mentored by Ma Sisulu, she told me many times. In time, we became friends, and we remained friends until her death. Over the years, I came to expect that when Jessie called me, and the call started with, "Karenza, my dear, are you in good standing?" It meant that she wanted me to do something. And of course, I did, because who could say no to Jessie? I certainly couldn't. I spent many an evening at Jessie's house in Observatory with her and John and her family, in the company of her mother, Auntie Julie, eating Auntie Julie's delicious food and listening to jazz. Jessie worked hard, but she was also a lot of fun. And as my former colleague Ian Robertson reminded me, she also had a very wicked sense of humor. I am going to miss Jessie, as I'm sure you all are. Rest well, Jessie. Rest in power. Amandla.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Because of time constraints, I will dispense of all formalities except to say good afternoon, leadership. I met Jessie in the early 1980s when I was an unemployed activist struggling to find a job. And Jessie offered me a job at the Ecumenical Advice Bureau with the Reverend Dr. Bayes Nodia. At the time, they had started a bursary fund. Dr. Bayes Nodia would do the ecumenical work. Jessie would be the administrator of the bursary. Jessie took me in without me having very much experience in administration and things like that. But Jessie said to me, the one thing you must know about me is, I don't believe in I don't know or I can't do it. You don't use those words until you've tried. And the day you give up is the day you fail. I must mention, firstly, that Jessie was a friend to many of us and a co-worker. But the fact that we were disciplined activists cemented that friendship and camaraderie. Wombay, as he was affectionately known to Jessie and I, managed to get funds from the Swedish Ecumenical Council for bursaries for students. But the bursaries were for students who were actively involved in progressive organizations and structures. And the bursaries were for students who studied in a specific direction. The feeling in the EAB was that when the ANC gets unbanned, we must have students. For instance, not students who are just lawyers, but we need students who will be able to write the constitution for the country. And we looked at those type of things. But besides activities, our office was a haven for many political activities. Jessie invited everybody. We had meetings there. I recall FETRO, Detainees Parent Support Committee, and other UDF structures having meetings at the office. Many a days, we would sit till 11, 12 o'clock at night, making photocopies, pamphlets of June the 16th and many commemorative days were photocopied at that office. I remember on January the 8th every year, we would sit and listen to Radio Freedom. And Jessie would meticulously write down everything that our President O.R. Tambo was saying. And Jessie would then sit and type it. And I don't know if you remember the Roneo machines. And we would then Roneo that speech off. And myself, Jessie was our driver, Nomvula Mokonyani, Firoza Adams, and many other ladies would then drive to the township in the early hours of the morning. And we take those pamphlets and just throw them wildly at the bus stops and at the taxi ranks so that tomorrow people could read the messages. But I must say, Jessie was a hard taskmaster. But I benefited, and I think all of us benefited from her leadership, her drive, her knowledge, and the focus to get the task done and to better the lives of South Africans. Comrade Jessie taught me by her example. And one of the main things, because we dealt with so much funds at the Ecumenical Advice Bureau, the one thing I'll never forget is Jessie always said to me, this does not belong to us. We have to be accountable for every cent. And Jessie guided me with a strong moral and ethical code. And I try daily to live by it. And I use Jessie's example for my daughter. Jessie unapologetically prioritized the rights of women, while retaining a focus on women, oppressed and exploited people. She affirmed the dignity and humanity of all people. Heaven alone knows where she got her energy from. She worked tirelessly and fearlessly. She served a wide range of organizations and people simultaneously. The one thing I want to say is that she was active in the Anti-President's Council, UDF structures, and things like that. I want to also remember Jessie's family, just 1 minute. To John and the children, we wish to say thank you for sharing your time, for sharing Jessie with us and with South Africa. We had the privilege of having lunch with her before she passed on. But my final words is, we are pained that such a fearless leader and fighter succumbed to cancer. We know about the pain she endured, but I want to ask us to pick up the baton for the struggle against cancer. My last words is, Jessie was a unifier and giver to the end, even choosing to unite faiths in death by having Christians and Muslim prayers at a funeral. If we take a leaf from that gesture, it is patience, tolerance, and inclusion, which is what Jessie stood for. Jessie, my friend and comrade, rest peacefully. Ambagashle. Thank you.
Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe. Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe. Long live the spirit of Comrade Jessie, long live. Long live the spirit of Comrade Jessie, long live. Program Director, the Duarte, Dango and Whitley families, Comrade President Thabo Mbeki, Sis Zanele, Comrade Deputy President Mabuza, Comrade Spokes, Comrade Balega, ministers and deputy ministers present today, leadership of the African National Congress Alliance and the Mass Democratic Movement, comrades and friends, good afternoon. I hope Nomvula, you are going to give me my 5 minutes. I'm deeply saddened to stand in front of you today to speak about Comrade Jessie, my sister, my friend, my comrade in arms in the struggle for the liberation of our country. I never imagined that one day I would speak about her in the past tense. I first met Comrade Jessie sometime during 1979 and 80. I was at a time a shop steward in the retail sector. It was Jessie and my late cousin Vincent Mohani who actually recruited me into the underground structures and eventually into the women's structures. We did many things together. One of them was to work in the rebuilding of the women's movement under the banner of the Federation of Transvaal Women. The Federation was instrumental in the revival of the women's movement following a lull after the banning of the ANC in the 1960s. We worked with comrades, some of whom are in this room, Comrade O'Hara Diseko, Comrade Susan Shabangu, Comrade Baby Shawa, Sizagele Nkosi, Nana, the late Comrade Nana Kutumela, Comrade Firoz Adams, Comrade Irene, Comrade Nomvula, who was young at the time, and many others. We did this because we were led by Mama Sisulu, Mama Nancy Mtswaledi, Mama Greta Ngapai, Mama Rose Mkeketo, Mama Ritanzanga, Koko Mama Lele, amongst others. And also, when Sis Esther Malika was released from Kroonstad prison after 5 years, she also led us. Comrade Jessie introduced us to the intercontextual theology, and I'm happy that Comrade Chikani is here, with Sister Bernard Ngube. We worked with Mama Francis Bart in the Pretoria areas, and many others. We traveled the length and breadth of the country, and Comrade Mali here, I saw her earlier on today, to revive organizations, because when you look at FETRO, it was the Transvaal which represented 5 provinces, the Northwest, the Northern Cape, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Gauteng. We launched the Orange Free State Women's Organization, the United Women's Congress in the Western Cape, the Natal Organization of Women, and I know that when we did that, she was saying, let's prepare for when Mama Dorothy Nyembe is released, so that the women of Natal can receive her. The process to remove the women's movement was summed up by the slogan that said, Tsogang Basadi, Vugani Makosigas, which became the clear-on call of the movement. By 1981, many of the activists who had been arrested following the student uprisings of 1976, Bontate Masondo, were being released from prison. Mass detentions necessitated the establishment of a support network for comrades and families. Comrade Jessie was one of those who became instrumental in the establishment of this network. The network consisted of organizations such as the Detainee Support Committee in Johannesburg. I can see Barbara Chrissy is here today, and the detainees movement in Soweto, under the leadership of the late Comrade Max Coleman and the late Comrade Sophie Masite, may their souls rest in peace. Working together with Irene in the office of the Reverend Bayas Nodier, who headed the Christian Institute and was at the time the General Secretary of the South African Council of Churches, she raised money to support the living expenses of families of detainees, to finance the studies of comrades, and through the International Defense and Aid Fund, funded legal expenses of political prisoners and detainees. Comrade Jessie was always a leader, even during those times. She was among those who used to reintegrate comrades who were released from prison into the structures of the underground. We too became victims of that. She took in some of the comrades to live with them, or found a place for them to stay. For an example, when Comrade Joyce Mashamba was released from Kroonstad prison, before she could go to the then Northern Transvaal, she lived with Comrade Jessie at Comrade Jessie's mom's house. When the ANC Women's section came into the country, Comrade Balega, Comrade Mavivi, Comrade Nosiviwe, again, Comrade Jessie organized an office for them at the Congress of South African Writers in Fortsburg, as they had just come back to rebuild the movement. We began to work closely with leaders such as Mama Shope and many others to build the women's movement under conditions of legality. After 1994, Comrade Jessie served in different senior roles in government and in the ANC, but remained who she was. No position of responsibility ever altered her personality and conduct, because she understood that her deployment as positions of responsibility and not of power. Comrade Jessie remained accessible as she was during the struggle. Despite her busy schedule, she will always return your call. In her last days, she fought a brave fight against cancer. We spoke often in the last few months when she was hospitalized. I could see that she was in severe pain, but she wanted to insulate all of us from the pain that she was going through. On the 26th of June, just after midnight, she sends me an SMS. She says, I can see that you are not sleeping, you're online. I am in pain because of the ANC, and I know you are also in pain. 2 weeks before she passed, she knew and felt that she was transitioning from a world to the next, and yet she maintained her composure, dignity, and above all, her humanity. Although Comrade Jessie and I were initially not close over the decades, we became sisters and comrades in struggle. Ours was a relationship and a bond forged in struggle. Although death has physically separated us, we remain spiritual companions. In Jessie, we have lost a committed comrade, a friend, and a servant of the people to the end. I hope and wish that we have all learned the value of service to the people, because Jessie loved serving the people. To the children, to Yusha and Zoe, to the grandchildren, Ian and the family, I'm so sorry for your loss, and thank you for always understanding that Jessie is also ours. To the siblings, Ambassador Mohammed, Musa, Abbas, and Zain, thank you for sharing your only sister with all of us. To Comrade Jessie, whom I used to call Shoti, because in the underground we used to call her Shoti, I want to say, farewell, dear comrade and friend and sister. You have fought a brave fight. I'm proud that our path crossed because you fertilized my own life and the lives of others immeasurably. You have been a loyal and dependable friend, sister, and comrade, and for that, I will forever thank you. May your beautiful soul rest in peace.
Malibongwe. Thank you very much, Comrade Daphne. We're now going to call Comrade Bobby Schreiner. Others know her as Barbara Schreiner. There were two Barbaras. So the other one was Barbara Chrissy BC, and then there was Bobby Schreiner, a sister to Jenny Schreiner, an activist, a cultural activist who helped us, having been supported by Comrade Wali Sirote on how to use graffiti, how to use screen, producing of t-shirts, and without posters and placards, have women being trained on painting and using graffiti to spread the message of the liberation movement. And one of those who trained many of us to do the silk screening is none other than Comrade Bobby Schreiner. She's not around. We're going to play a clip. I hope it is ready there at the back.
Good afternoon, comrades, friends, and thank you very much for the opportunity to say a little bit about Jessie Duarte at this time of her passing. Over the years, Jessie was a friend, a mentor in many ways, and someone for whom I had a great deal of respect. Even when I didn't necessarily agree with her, I always had to admire her forthright approach and her considerable courage and commitment. In the early 1980s, as somebody new to the politics of the Transvaal, somebody who came from Natal, I linked up with Jessie and other activists from Eldorado Park. The Dango House in Eldies was for me a stimulating and challenging centre of activism, and Jessie, short, stroppy Jessie, was a significant part of it, and a significant influence in my political understanding and development. While much has been said over the past few days about Jessie's role as a political activist, her significant and very important role as a political activist, less, I think, has been said about the role that Jessie played in cultural activism in South Africa. I think we do well to remember that Jessie was someone who deeply understood the importance of books, of literature, of storytelling, of poetry, not only in the struggle for liberation, but in the development of a people and the development of the individual. It was from this understanding that she worked at Raven Press, that she was a founder of the Congress of South African Writers in 1987, and that she herself wrote poetry and encouraged others, including myself, to write and to keep writing. Her voice, that feisty, no-nonsense woman that we all knew and were more than sometimes intimidated by, her voice as a writer comes through in this extract of a poem, from a poem that she wrote called Toilet Paper, written about being a political prisoner, the challenges of getting access to toilet paper as a political prisoner, and published in the Congress of South African Writers anthology of women writing about prison, A Snake with Ice Water, which I had the privilege of putting together in 1992. And I quote, "Now we use it to wipe asses, then to blow noses, or to write a poem on, or better still, we use it to write an impassioned plea for release to the Minister of Law and Order, and then he stuffs it in his ear." Post-1994, I cannot imagine that she had much time for writing poetry. I imagine that the writing she did was mainly confined to reports and speeches and reports and speeches. Important work indeed. But at a time when writers and artists, particularly poor and working class writers and artists in South Africa, are struggling to make ends meet, to produce, to publish, to distribute their work, at a time when libraries are closing down or being burned down, when I believe we are failing our children through lack of access to and investment in literature and books, we would do well to remember Jessie's commitment to literature, her understanding of its fundamental importance in the world, and to encourage South Africans to write, and through their writing to imagine and bring to being a new and better nation. As a writer, as someone who believes in the power of the written word to shape the world, I can think of no better way of honoring Jessie than in building libraries, writing books, holding poetry sessions, honoring the word in all of the glorious languages of South Africa. I know that Jessie would be glad to see that. Hamba kahle, Comrade Jessie.
That was Comrade Bobby Shrine. I'm going to invite Sis Irene Chenley, a friend and a comrade to Comrade Jessie Duarte. She'll be followed by Comrade Baby Chawa, who was also in the executive of the Federation of Transvaal Women. And she now works in Parliament in Cape Town. Comrade Sis Irene.
Thank you, Comrade Nombula. I can start off by observing all the protocol, but I would like to acknowledge Your Excellency, our President Thabo Mbeki, Ma'am Mbeki, and specifically, I thought I was tall, I could see everybody from there, but thought everyone was short, I'm not that tall. I'd like to acknowledge specifically the family, Zoe, the Yusha, the grandchildren, the daughter, son-in-law, the brothers, all the brothers and their wives and their children as well, and all the comrades. I must say that this past week has been a very sad week for me. Like many people here, our hearts are filled with sorrow. And our sorrow and our pain are deep. And it is personal. I first met Jessie in the mid-1980s when I was at the National Union of Mine Workers. And this was during a mine workers' strike at Goldfields, when striking workers were evicted. And they were then accommodated and supported for over 1 month by civil organizations and the SACC in Lenasia. I must say they were supported with food and clothes, which was fantastic in terms of the unity in all the surrounding areas of all the activists. I must say at least those workers were reinstated because they were able to, with help, and they were strong, and they came back from the strike. I also engaged with Comrade Jessie at the time when I was still a branch secretary, Comrade Paul and Aldous. Then already I knew that this woman is somebody I could go to war with. Our friendship and sisterhood, however, developed only over the past 15 years. I must say that our lives are empty without Comrade Jessie. I am honored here today to tell you a little of the fond memories I have about this remarkable human being. There are so many memories I have of my sister and friend that has especially made me smile and gave me hope that all will be well, despite the sadness and deep sense of loss I felt when hearing the news shortly after her passing. Even though we walk this difficult path of cancer for 9 months with her, I can honestly say that I was not ready to say farewell. She had so much to offer to all of us, and her passing has left a void that will be very, very difficult to fill. All the tributes this week consistently tell us a story of a giant of a leader who was selfless and deeply understood and loved humanity regardless of stature. A person I am honored and proud to call my sister and friend. Whilst I relate and can witness to many of the tributes and contributions that has been made to our nations and the world at large, I would like to center my tribute on our special private moments as family and friends around the dining room table, and thereafter relaxing on a couch, chatting about our daily lives, dreams, and even sharing deep secrets. She was a remarkable listener and even a greater confidant. There was always warmth, love, tolerance, deep respect, and lessons taken from these moments, often over a hearty stew or lamb roast, which she fondly prepared for her children, grandchildren, and those whom she loved. She's the only person who made me eat a tomato stew, because I don't like tomato stew because it was her mother's tomato stew. She was an amazing cook, and one could see that she was not used to small meals, given that most of her life she housed many activists who today plays very prominent roles in society and business at large. Her meals were simple, yet always thought out for those she hosted, always preparing a favorite or two. I see I've run out of time, Comrade Nomvula, but you will allow me this piece? Yeah. Okay. I must say this, I particularly enjoyed the home she created for her and her loved ones, which was simple, loving, and a safe place to express all fears, concern, successes, and secrets. She was a gracious host that ensured you were fed well and left with a positive outlook regardless of what troubles were around. Now, Comrade Nomvula, I'm going to do what the Rose did. I just want to read something that Jessie posted on the 25th of July, 2021, for those who haven't received it, and this was immediately after the, how should I say, riots or trying to take our economy down. And she wrote this, and this is what she was all about. She says in the message, "It is important that in the aftermath of the calls to burn our economy down and divide us racially as well as start tribal discord, we reassert who we are as a nation. We are made of strength that only diversity can bring. We have all lost battles, and yet we must make war against poverty, hunger, and joblessness. This is the battle we must wage together. We must stand firm to change the structure of our economy and give land to our people. We must respect women and love children. We must end all forms of gender-based violence, femicide, and child abuse. We must respect the beliefs of each other. We are human. We are South Africans, where our youth is the fountain that will change us to be better. This is us. So, comrade, let us continue with the legacy of Comrade Jessie. We will dearly miss her, but we love her, and she would look at us and guide us. Even, I know we all need her now, it was all said, she's most needed at this time. But what she has said here, let us follow through on this and make sure that we have a country where we eradicate poverty, it's non-racial, and that women, this I mustn't forget, that women own 50% of our economy. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. First, I thought maybe it's okay that we can sing just for a minute. I have spoken to the program directors that they can allow us to sing for 2 minutes, and they will add the 2 minutes to my time. Good tambo, oh good kaya. Amandla, comrades. Amandla. Tsukhamba Sadi. I wish to greet the family of Comrade Jessie. And I want to confess, when we grew up, I thought Dango was the name, so we used to call Comrade Mohammed Comrade Dango. Then we realized, no, actually it's the surname. I wish to acknowledge the leadership, President Thabo Mbeki, Mambeki, Deputy President, Mambaleka, and the rest of the leadership of the ANC. What Daphne has actually said about the re-emergence of the women's movement in the 1980s constitutes what Jessie told us before she passed on, to say we have to write that book. And I will say a little bit about it. But I want to start from almost like the beginning. I thought somewhere we should just explain and share in this forum that at the height of apartheid, a tricameral parliament was established. And this was 3 houses, 1 for whites, 1 for blacks, 1 for Indians, 1 for coloreds. And that the black people were excluded from political involvement. Instead, the quorum of bills allowed for black people to vote for town councillors who were meant to look after their interest. What came out of this was very interesting because it allowed a space to interact and link with activists who were banned in the various racial groups. So the apartheid system wasn't that clever. We were then able to link up with Ahmad Dango. We were able to link up with Jessie and a whole range of other comrades. This opened the gap with activists underground or banned. In the same year, the space was created to access and rebuild the struggle, underground cells, networks. And in fact, it is during that time that we then worked very closely with Comrade Jessie. She emerged with the energy, the conviction, the vigor, the commitment, and the most, as the most have actually spoken about. In all of this, Comrade Jessie was actively involved, reaching out to women stalwarts who were banned and restricted to their homes. Women who, if you were found visiting, you would be arrested and put away for a long time under the state of emergency. Of course, Daphne, you've spoken a lot about FETRO. I'm not going to waste time on that. I'll move on to say what FETRO did. The Federation of Transvaal Women looked and intervened on the inadequate childcare facilities and the lack of time to devote the needs of communities and family. It also focused, there's echo. The organization also focused on the fight for democratic student representatives, councils to fight against sexual and racial harassment at schools, and it also fought to establish women's groups throughout the country. Indeed, we were lucky. We were under the tutelage of our struggle stalwarts, Mam Albertina Sisulu, Francis Bart, Helen Josephs, Winnie Mandela, Maniban Sita, Mama Rita Ndanga, and of course, Comrade Jessie and many other young women were able to expand beyond the Transvaal when we were developing the FETRO. In fact, it led to UCO, to NAO, as Daphne has mentioned. And I want to move on to the years that followed where we spent most of our times receiving instructions, moving banned literature of the ANC, the African Communists, the voice of the women, between South Africa and the frontline states. What remains etched in our memory, and I'm certain in her memory, we used to go to Mama Sisulu's clinic, the Shanti clinic. We used to pretend like we were patients. Oh my goodness, they're there. We used to pretend like we were patients, and we would queue there with the view to get instructions on what the next movement was. Can I move very quickly to the last part? On the 20th, on the 3rd of May, Jessie put together a WhatsApp group. And you should listen to this. The 3rd of May, 2022, she put together a WhatsApp group. And she said to us, please, can you document these experiences, because soon you will not be there. And she then convened a meeting, a Zoom meeting. On the 10th of May, we had that Zoom meeting, and she knew that if we do not rise up, as she did in the 80s, especially those who have the wherewithal to do so, we will allow someone to take the gap and write our history. And she called on us to pull together all the stories of leadership. To finish up, Comrade Jessie was clear that someone out there is ready to tell her story, distorted, and we will actually not be there with the rich experiences that we have lived. Henceforth, Nomvula, as you approach me, I want to commit that that group of women who are in that WhatsApp group will continue to write and pull together a tapestry of experiences that are firm, non-racialism, non-sexism, the virtues of the ANC under which we grew. And it will express the personal sacrifices that we have made as women, and this is how far we women have come. The message is, if we know better, which we do, we must do better, that our lives and existence have been paid for. We are duty-bound to pay the next generations so that we are able to give them guidance. Jessie, the project is on course. Comrade Jessie, lala ngoxolo. Siswam.
Thank you very much, Comrade Baby Chawa. I'm going to invite Kamelihle Mbuyane. He has composed a song in honor of Comrade DSG. Comrade Kamelihle. Shasha fast.
Jessie Duarte, awulale ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, lala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Lala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, lala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Lala mama wethu. Jessie Duarte, mama wethu. Awulala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Can I see those t-shirts moving up? Awulala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Mama Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Lala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Lala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. Jessie Duarte, ma. Jessie Duarte, awulala ngokolo. 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 Umsabalazo wakhile, omama nababa yakhala. Jessie Duarte. Duarte awulala ngokhulu Jessie Duarte ufike ekhaya ubatshele ngela ushiye khona kuhlukunyezwa izingane kuhlukunyezwa bomama thina sithi mama Jessie Duarte awulala ngokhulu ufike ubatshele awulala ngokhulu awulala mama awulala ngokhulu mama Jessie Duarte awulala ngokhulu mama Jessie Duarte awulala ngokhulu lala mama Uchala mama lala Uchala mama lala Uchala mama lala Uchala mama lala Lala mama lala Mama Jessie Duarte Lala mama lala Lala mama lala Jessie Duarte awulala ngokholo lala mama wami awulala ngokholo Jessie Duarte awulala ngokholo Jessie Duarte awulala ngokholo lala mama
Amanda. Thank you very much for that beautiful tribute to our DSG. We have ambassadors here as well today. Representing the following countries: the People's Republic of China, Palestine, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, the Russian Federation, the Republic of Argentina, as well as the High Commissioner of the United Kingdom. Some of them will be paying tribute on the program to the DSG. Let me also take this opportunity to acknowledge the former president of the ANC Youth League, Comrade Lulu Johnson, and with that introduce the next speaker, who is Comrade Tebogo of COSAS. Amandla.
Economic freedom in our lifetime. Viva President Peter Mukaba, viva! Viva President Zuma, viva! Viva President Mbeki, viva! Viva President Ramaphosa, viva! Thank you very much. Family of Comrade Jessie Duarte, leadership of the ANC that is led by President Titi Mabuza and the peace of Gauteng. Comrades, today we are here to celebrate the life of our mother, Comrade Jessie. We must ask ourselves that, do we still have comrades like Comrade Jessie in the ANC who love ANC more than anything. Today, comrades, the ANC is in crisis because individuals who don't love ANC, but they love factionalism. Comrades, Comrade Mbeki and Comrade Didi, allow me to reprimand our veterans. The role of a veteran is to guide and unify the movement, not what we are seeing to our veterans who are dividing the movement. Comrades, our people on the ground, they still love ANC. They love ANC. But we have the biggest opposition in the country, which is ESCOM. And if we don't speak about ESCOM, those smaller parties, they want to behave as if they care about our people, while they don't care. Comrades, we can't have the CEO of ESCOM who says, I don't report to the ANC. The ANC is the ruling party here, comrades. The way they expelled Brian Molefe, he must go, that person. Comrades, we are saying to young people, let's unite and fight for the ANC. The ANC of factionalism, the ANC of positions, we don't know it. We know the ANC that serves our people on the ground. Comrades, let's honor Comrade Mama Jessie by uniting the movement. We are going to the policy conference. We'll be there. We'll be there, comrades. We need to review policy of our movement. The ANC spoke about free education. Where is that free education? And comrades, we must also tell COSATU that workers are being retrenched. They must stop sleeping with agents. They must represent workers. So comrades, even those who are using money to buy our people to vote for them, they don't belong to the ANC, they belong to hell, comrades. That money, it must go and service our people. Our people need ANC more than anything. Thank you very much. Amanda!
Viva Cosas, viva! Viva Cosas, viva! Viva Sasco, 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 viva! Comrades, I'm going to call Comrade Luvuyo Bans, a member of the PTT of the ANC Youth League, but he will be representing Sasco. Sasco has lost their deputy president, Comrade Buyile Matiwane, who will be buried this weekend. We send condolences to Sasco and say to the leadership and the membership of Sasco who will be traveling to travel safely. Comrade Luvuyo Bans.
Mandla awethu Matimba Aina Matla Yaruna all power, all power. Thank you, comrades. Former President Thabo Mbeki, the leadership of the ANC is led by Comrade Titi,
the leadership of our alliance, the leadership of the PYA, fraternal organizations, the family of Comrade Duarte, comrades and friends. It has been a difficult week for the MDM. As the student movement, we will also be burying our now late Deputy President, Comrade Buyile Sangolekaya Matiwane, who was the 21st Deputy President of the South African Students' Congress in Angcobo this Saturday. So we'll be leaving this evening for the Eastern Cape. So we say it has been a difficult week because death has been relentless, plucking away at the ripest of fruits of our movement at a time we so desperately need them within our ranks. The moral compasses and authority that we need to redefine ourselves as a movement and champion the interests of the downtrodden masses of our people. In the past couple of weeks, we have had to constantly send out messages of condolences to the families of beacons of hope, integral figures of our society, and moreover, comrades that dreamed and lived in the pursuit of the national democratic revolution. Amongst them is this liberator we remember today, Jessie Duarte, our dear mother. A daughter of Kofifi is with us no more, a glaring light for the dispossessed people of South Africa, an icon of activism. As we stand in front of you as the revolutionary student movement, we reflect on a life lived beyond measure, a life worth celebrating, a life that contributed immensely to the freedom we enjoy today, a revolutionary who lived a life in service to the people. Her passing comes at a difficult time for our movement, a time when we need to introspect and a time we need to revive the movement she dearly loved and served. Her passing leaves a vacuum, a moral authority that kept the ship afloat when all doomsayers declared that it was falling apart. She leaves us at a time we go through difficulties as a people. Rising fuel prices, the austerity measures that impact higher education and the poor, the retrenchment of our people in workplaces, a projected increase in the repo rate. We only ask ourselves, who will fight this injustice in our absence? Let us celebrate this great leader of our movement by recommitting ourselves to the struggles of our people. Our movement must ensure that no student is denied an education simply because they cannot afford. Let us commit ourselves as we leave here today that we will go back to our communities and fight the scourge of gender-based violence. Let us declare that our movement will, in Mama Jessie's memory, defeat youth unemployment. Let the time for nicely worded speeches with no action be done. Let us unite, as our DSG told us to. Not in electing each other into positions, but unite in action to uplifting all our people and giving them a truly better life. Let the spirit of our beloved DSG live on in our activism, her lessons reflected in our commitment to the cause of our people. Future generations must, through our deeds, as those who remain, learn that there was once a short but towering figure, which was Jessie Duarte, our beloved DSG. To the family, be at peace, be at ease,
You have blessed South Africa and our movement with a dedicated human rights activist, unshaken by the atrocities of apartheid, who stood with our people and mobilized them in all corners of our country for a common purpose of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous democratic South Africa. Ambakahle Mama Duarte, we will miss you. Amandla! Kawethu! Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, Comrade Luvuyo. We next have Comrade Steve Letsike of the LGBTQI+ community. We know that DSG was an ardent voice and supporter of the downtrodden, which included the marginalized of the LGBTQI+ community. Comrade Steve.
Asoze saphela amandla Asoze saphela amandla Asoze saphela amandla Amandla Long live the spirit of DSG, long live the spirit of DSG, long live Phansi ngehomophobia phansi ngetransphobia phansi. Program directors, let me also recognize our former president, Comrade Mbeki. Let me recognize Deputy President, Comrade Mabuza, who's leading the NEC, PECs, REC, BECs that are here. Recognize the convener of the ANC Women's League NTT, Mambalega, our Treasury General, the convener of the Youth League. I want to also appreciate the family of Duarte and Denga. I want to appreciate the LGBTI desk and the Young Women's desk. Comrades and friends, good afternoon. We are all gathered here, united in our desire to grieve the loss of an extraordinary comrade, mother, auntie, sister, and visionary leader. As we reflect on the life and the time of DSG Comrade Jessie, our duty in paying tribute, we should recognize and reflect on her selfless courage. We must do so with the approach for all of us to go forward with renewed mandate, renewed vigor, dedication, and self-sacrifice. We must do so with characteristics which will consistently move us with the hallmark of the ANC values. But we must reflect, how much of these values do we possess today? How much of these values that were crafted by the many struggle heroes that we all celebrate, how much do we guard these values? Or how much do we possibly squander these values? Throughout Comrade DSG's life, she has served the people. She served our country and the cause for which she has lived for, which is the cause and the struggle for liberation and the cause for justice. There are many individuals who have greatly influenced her, and many people who she has influenced. Comrade Jessie believed in transformation, inclusivity, and diversity. We used to engage on valuable information as to how we advance inclusivity and development agenda, but mostly prioritizing vulnerable people, marginalized, the poor, in order to improve their plight. We come a long way with Comrade Jessie, as she has been a supporting and a collaborating partner with many LGBTI people before me, the likes of Comrade Simon Nkoli, Comrade Pumim Tetwa, Comrade Padin Tlapo, and many others. Comrade Jessie did not stop. She worked for many of us. We understand that the global challenge of criminalization of people who yearn to love and to be themselves. Comrade Jessie also stood with us a few years ago on cases that grabbed the global attention, the case of Caster Semenya, who is still battling in the international fora. Many have shown up and many did not show up, but Comrade Jessie showed up. Comrade Jessie stood with us in the battle of conversion therapy, which today, even in South Africa, we must still ban. You cannot try to convert people just to be heterosexuals. Comrade Jessie stood with us in solidarity to address the many hate crimes. Comrade Deputy President, hate crimes is still not law in South Africa. Have we disappeared the struggle of hate and prejudice? We need to have hate crime legislation. Comrade Jessie would question even SAFA today and the outcome of presidential election. We are quiet today. Banyana qualified for the finals of AFCON. Banyana even qualified for World Cup next year. But we continue to actually sponsor the bunch of losers. Comrade Jessie was a remarkable woman who championed and paid special attention to young people, promoted the interest of women and vulnerable community. She understood the assignment, the calling, and the responsibility. She understood that many people have struggles in understanding, recognizing LGBTI people. She committed to the education of LGBTI people. She committed to the education of ANC members who are still homophobes and transphobic. We must get rid of homophobia within ANC. It is important for us to recognize the two desks in the ANC Women's League, the LGBTI desk and the Young Women's desk. Who knows that we have lost a giant, we have lost a mother, a friend, we have lost a leader who supported our work, who believed in our work and our programs. She was fearless, and we mourn her passing. Comrade Jessie was a seasoned cadre of our movement, and she leaves an incredible footprint in the story of our country to build a better life for all people. We need to remember her guidance, her friendship, her frankness, and most importantly, her infectious sense of humor. Our deepest condolences to the family, as you have lost a friend, a mother, a sister, and a grandmother. I want to say to our dearest comrade DSG, Thank you for your service. Thank you for standing with us and fighting for us. Thank you for your leadership. We will miss you. Rest in power and rise in glory. Amandla! And because she was a fearless leader, I want us to sing Le sang makwala acheche, acheche le murau, huyaruna bapelotse. Le sang makwala acheche, acheche le murau, huyaruna bapelotse. Huyaruna, huyaruna, huyaruna.
Amandla, thank you very much, Comrade Steve. We have a condolence message from the Republic of Burundi to the nation, to the family, relatives, and friends of the departed, from the CNDD, FDD, the ruling party, as well as the President of the Republic of Burundi. I now want to call Comrade Patrick Flask to come and give us a message on behalf of the community. Thank you very much.
Amandla! Amandla! Comrades, all protocol observe, but of course, I need to obviously greet our former president, Thabo Mbeki. The leadership of the ANC is led by our deputy president. All of you, my former branch, JB Marks, and my existing branch, Becky Mkize. I'm glad you are here. I feel strong because of you. But of course, we are especially here for John Duarte, Yusha Duarte, and Zoe Whitley, and of course, all the Dango family. Comrades, let me begin by thanking the ANC for making this Jessie Duarte Memorial possible. As you know, under very difficult challenges facing the mass democratic movement, and at a difficult time of mourning as we are losing a number of our comrades. We are, of course, most pleased that the ANC has called on the leadership of our movement to keep the legacy and memory of Comrade Jessie Duarte alive, and this memorial is evident of that clarion call by our glorious movement. We are equally pleased that her life was closely intertwined with the lives of young people, as we heard, the poor, unemployed, our glorious women's movement across the length and breadth of our country, and indeed all of our people. In other words, we as the ANC are not biased to the working class. We are part of the working class as far as Jessie is concerned. Since her passing, commentators, analysts, and in particular the leadership of our movement, as we've heard today, have emphasized Comrade Jessie Duarte's fight for non-racialism, gender equality, eradicating poverty, unemployment, and for the transformation of our economy. Yes, not the restructuring of our economy, the transformation of our economy. However, we must not all forget that she has also emphasized the unity of our organization and our movement. Now, as you all know, disagreements have always been part of the ANC. For example, during the days of the UDF, there was the issue of the two-stage theory versus a seamless revolution to a people's democracy, and many other debates. All those debates were to enrich us and to come to a commonality. It wasn't about division and factionalism, but it was for us to move from mass mobilization
to education, to organization. In other words, unity in action. I met Comrade Jessie 42 years ago as a young student from Hervely High School in 1980 in Hervely, where we started the school boycotts. A number of us went out to speak to parents, teachers, pastors, sports clubs, etc., to convince them to support us. Without our knowledge, Jessie was also busy organizing all those people, not just because Abbas and Zain were students who were also participating in the boycotts, but also because she understood this was the moment to deepen the ANC within our organization. In addition to that, we were very lucky there was a boycott by the workers of Roundtree, that called for a boycott in 1981-82 of Roundtree Sweets. At the same time, the ANC mobilized the workers in Britain to support our workers here. And all of this gave us momentum to build women's groups, youth groups, civic organizations. And that is why we had the Hervely Civic Association, we had the Hervely Youth Congress, which was one of the earliest congresses that we had for within South Africa, the Hervely Women's Group, and to our good fortune, all of this was later to lay the basis for the launch of the UDF, certainly from our community. And all of this was part of that unity in action. Now, you know, Jessie was never foolish enough to know that you don't just call for unity and think that it will happen. And that is why she emphasized unity in action. And that unity in action is by delivering quality services to our people, fighting unemployment, fighting gangsterism. And this is what we did. All of these organizations and formations, we replicated it in a number of colored areas. And in fact, we extended it and organized in other areas as well. Also, under the advice and guidance of Comrade Jessie, we also produced a newsletter called Hag Wees. Now that's an Afrikaans word. In English, it is called Get Wise. The idea was to expose the lies of the apartheid government, was to expose the lies of the bourgeois values within our society. But it was also to practicalize each one, teach one. And that is what that newsletter helped us to do. It is for this reason that, for example, I went to Nuclear and Hervely over the weekend. A few colored people were saying to me, is the ANC going to neglect us? And my view to them, the ANC will never neglect them. Jessie, when she was there for all communities, including the colored community, it was because she was deep and a child of the ANC. That is who the ANC is all about. And it is for this reason, comrades, that we must say that unity in action is the clarion call for all of us. I am indeed very proud that all those years with Comrade Jessie and Ignatius Jacobs and others, I was able to develop as a revolutionary for the working class movement of the world. Finally, from a personal point of view, when I had no place to go to as a young boy, Jessie Duarte asked her two brothers, Zain and Abbas, to move up and to make space for me to come and stay with them. So, John, Yusha, Zoe, I will be always thankful, not just to your mother and wife, but also to Jessie herself, because that is who she is. Amba Katle, Comrade Jessie. And when you meet Ignatius Jacobs as you fly through the universe, please give Ignatius Jacobs a big hug for me. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Comrade Patrick. We've also received condolence messages from the Syrian Arab Republic, and we'll forward those to the family as well as to the African National Congress. Our last speaker for this segment is Comrade Mandla, who is representing the staff at Luthuli House. Comrade Mandla.
Mandla. Matla. Aluta. Aluta. Matimba. Aina. Matimba. All protocol observed. Firstly, I want to thank the family of Comrade Jessie for allowing us to work with her from Alpha to Omega. I'm here representing the staff of an ANC. Myself, I started to know Comrade Jessie from long time ago. 1981, when we organized a strike that is called Wilson Roundtree Sweets and Red Meat Boycott. I think a lot of comrades will remember that one. It became so successful, that strike. Then we clicked together, we worked together, because it happened in 1984 when a lot of comrades were arrested. It was only myself and Comrade Jessie who were left behind. We met next to Khotso House in Tivila Street, where we caucus and agree. Let's have an activity that will be able to shook the Boers. On that activity, we said, November 1984, we are calling a consumer boycott. A consumer boycott as Ikwelwa. And we call it, we organized the pamphlet. It was so successful. It was myself and Comrade Jessie. Successful, then after that I was arrested. I'm not sure what happened to her. But we continued to work together until 1993. When we were organizing a march, we were demanding against apartheid regime. We actually were simply saying amongst ourselves, we need a people's parliament. Even there too, we were all arrested. We were about 256. Then myself and Comrade Jessie, we were only 2 of us were charged. Then now we were released with 50 rand bail. When now we're discussing with her, we said we must approach Comrade Lamula. We thought that this 50 rand, if at all you count it today, it will accumulate a lot of money. That now we can be able to use it for campaign of the ANC. Because we didn't get back that amount, that money for bail. So now we need it back. Now, I want to say to you, comrades, we are talking here about a strong woman, a strong cadre, a person who was not a liberal, a person who was a revolutionary. That was Comrade Jessie. A person who loves everybody, a person who was not able to see or stomach a person getting hungry. He will work with us at all the time. When she noticed that now all of us were not eating but were working together, she didn't hesitate to take out her credit card and give it to us so that we can go and buy food then and work. She was not a person who gets tired easily. She is a person that now was a unifier, work with us all the time. But there was another side of Comrade Jessie. If you want to see that now she's angry, you must greet her. When she is not responding, you must know she's angry. Therefore, what we do at head office, we'll greet her. When she's not responding, we'll tell one another, kuvaliwe. Once that kuvaliwe happened, we'll always communicate with her PA and say, is she laughing? If the PA said, yes, she's laughing now, then we can be able to go to her and speak to her. So that's how now we managed to work with her. But we are going to miss Comrade Jessie, all of us. She was one that kind of a person. We used to fight and laugh at the same time. Hamba kahle Comrade Jessie, siyakukhumbula, sizokukhumbula, uyohlala unathi. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Comrade Mandla Dlamini. Comrade Jessie was an internationalist, and we have a number of messages that we wish to acknowledge. As Comrade Tasnim has presented, we will continue to present others. We have received no less than 40 messages. In this instance, we're going to invite the ambassador of Palestine to come and say a message to the family and to the African National Congress in 3 minutes. She will be followed by the Mozambican ambassador, His Excellency Paulino Makaringe, and then the Dean of the African Ambassadors. Amandla, forward with international solidarity, forward. Forward with international solidarity, forward. Free Palestine, free. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Free, free Palestine.
Amandla! Amandla! Long live freedom fighter, long live! Long live the spirit of Jessie Duarte, long live! Dr. Muhammad Dangor, my brother, the families of the Dangor, Duarte, and Whitley, the leadership present here, my colleagues, comrades, brothers and sisters, all protocols preserved. Comrade Jessie, Palestine will carry the tales of how you kept us in your heart, held us dear, and were steadfastly loud about our just cause, our just fight for self-determination, liberation, and freedom. Palestine is not only pouring sorrow at your passing, we are also pouring our gratitude. We are grateful that your extraordinary life crossed paths with Palestine, its people, and their pain. Our heartiest sympathy goes to your families, Duarte, Dangor, Whitley, and the ANC, as they have shared you with the world. We share their agony and the void you have left in their lives. Their grief has touched us, and we will carry your name from the river to the sea. Palestine will remember how you led from the front on many aspects in your life as an activist. Your ferocity was a commendable dedication to the values and principles you held. We admire the vital part that you, gracious matriarch, have played in the struggle for the freedom of your beloved South Africa, as you have done in your role in defending the rights of our people until your last breath. Comrade Jessie, Palestine honors your life and times, your dedication to peace, and bids you farewell as you have found freedom from the bondage of the flesh. We pray that the spirits of all those you have inspired will make a change in the world. May the Almighty Allah expand your grave, shine it with His blessings, give you eternal revolutionary peace. Amen. Amandla! Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm going to invite His Excellency Andrian Zapaike, the Dean of African Ambassadors. Amandla.
Good afternoon. I'm the ambassador of the Central African Republic, but I'm speaking today in my as a Dean of all African ambassadors. I would like to send my greetings to former President Thabo Mbeki and his spouse, Vice President David Mabuza of the Republic of South Africa, to the leadership of the ANC, all members of the NAC here, and to all of you on behalf of all your brothers and sisters, members of the African Diplomatic Corps. I'm here to present to the African National Congress and to the entire people of South Africa the heartfelt condolences of the African Diplomatic Corps for the passing on of Ambassador Jessie Duarte, the one who will be remembered as an outspoken liberation fighter, the diplomat, and the one I will call the best among us. Our thought and prayers go to her family, especially to the children, Yusha and Zoe, and the siblings. May God give you strength. I have read Zoe's moving letter to her mother. I could see through it how loving she was. Her journey indicates clearly how passionate and committed she was to her family and also to the liberation struggle in South Africa and the entire continent. The internationalist and diplomat that she was would stop at nothing to defend the rights of the oppressed people. Being mentored by icons such as Albertina Sisulu, Nelson Mandela, and others, made her so strong that until her last days, she didn't give up. She continued to fight on for the liberation of the people of South Africa and the continent. As ambassadors, we will remember the exemplary role she played as South African ambassador to Mozambique and as the Deputy Director General responsible for African affairs at the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. In that capacity, Jessie Duarte contributed a lot to shape the South African diplomacy with the rest of the continent, particularly at a time that experienced diplomats were highly needed to shift Africa from the organization from the OAU to what we know today as the African Union. We are grateful to this amazing, relentless fighter who will be counted among those who have pushed and contributed towards the building of the African agenda. Before I conclude, please allow me, on behalf of my colleagues, to also pay tribute to the other ANC leaders who passed on in the past months. It has indeed been a difficult year for the party and the country. Africa will remember them. It is our responsibility now to make sure that future African generations do not forget their struggle. Ambassador Jessie Duarte, you have done your part, but an African proverb said, the only truly dead are those who have been forgotten. So looking at different leaders in South Africa, and even the mobilization today, looking at our civil society on the continent, at our youth in South Africa and on the continent, looking at the resilience capacity of Africans, this gives us hope and makes us believe that your vision, your struggles and passion for a better Africa for all will be perpetuated. Jessie Duarte, you will not be forgotten. May your soul rest in peace.
Amandla! 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 High discipline, high moral. Sizoyiqula indaba ye-socialism, comrades. I'm going to invite His Excellency, Mr. Paulino Makaringe. Amandla, Amandla, high discipline, Malibongwe.
His Excellency, Comrade Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa, Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Comrade members of the ANC National Executive Committee, esteemed family members of the former late Ambassador to Mozambique, Her Excellency Jessie Duarte. Dear colleagues, High Commissioners and Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Once, a man more gifted in writing and messaging than me, Mark Twain, said the following: "Let us so live that when we come to die, even the undertaker will be sorry." None of us assembled here is an undertaker, but we are sorry. We are sorry that we have lost a comrade in arms. We are sorry that we have lost a patriot. All of us here and outside, in South Africa, in Mozambique and SADC region, we are all sorry that a great woman, Comrade Jessie Duarte, a committed and passionate anti-apartheid fighter, an example of what it means to stand for a cause and be ready to sacrifice oneself to accomplish it.
is now on her way to becoming an ancestor, so that from where she may be, she will watch over us, support us in our endeavors, and continue to do what she has done all her life: stand for justice, equality, and national pride. I stand here appreciative of the honor and privilege accorded to me by the organizers of this auspicious occasion, to pay our last homage and tribute in honor and memory of our fallen comrade, but also to bear testimony to what an incredible woman she was. I rise as the High Commissioner on behalf of the government and people of Mozambique to join hands with the people of South Africa in passing our sincere and heartfelt condolences to the family, comrades, and friends of the late Ambassador Jessie Duarte. We say to the family, your loss and pain is ours too. Comrade Jessie Duarte and the Duarte Association with Mozambique runs for decades. I can say without any fear of contradiction that the late Ambassador Jessie Duarte was as much one of the finest daughters of South Africa as she was a sister and true friend of the people and government of Mozambique and Frelimo. The struggle against apartheid was one of those rare occasions when ordinary people seized the opportunity to rise to their true potential. I do not think I would be desecrating the monument she was become if I say she was a plain, ordinary woman who was made great by the struggle because she had the willpower to respond and find in that response her calling. Comrade Jessie Duarte's contribution to the struggle has been and continues to be spoken about by one speech and messages after another. It is well documented. Nowhere else were these unique traits and great attributes as well as character of hers clearly demonstrated than when she served as the ambassador of South Africa to Mozambique from 1999 to 2003. During that stint, she built a multiplicity of growing relations between Mozambique and South Africa in a manner perhaps unprecedented before her tenure. She built sound state-to-state relations between the two countries. She strengthened the party-to-party relations between Frelimo and ANC. She built an inextricable bonds of people-to-people relations. Many of you might not know, but Jessie's hard work is part of the reason for the success of the implementation of the natural gas pipeline from Teman to Secundia. Comrade Jessie Duarte was a down-to-earth woman who knew the value of restraint for a greater good. On one occasion, when Jessie was chatting with one of the cabinet minister, she struggled trying to find the right words to describe the disruptive actions of then one of the stakeholders, a concessionaire, just finishing, who seemed to be undermining the progress of the project. The word she was looking for was not going to be a nice one. Everyone could feel it. So one of our officials standing behind her said loudly, "Those guys are bandits." Close quote. Jessie turned back and said to that official, "Thank you very much." She definitely knew when to seize the occasion. That was her. Her departure is indeed a great loss to South Africa, Mozambique, and the region, as it is as great a loss to all peace-loving people of the world. The passing of such a woman, a true human being and comrade, is to be mourned, of course. But perhaps, and against Mark Taekwon, we should not be sorry. We should be proud that we were lucky to have her to enrich our lives and help giving meaning to living life well. We that remain have to follow her giant footsteps, emulate her, and carry the baton of the finishing line, a finishing line of a better South Africa and Mozambique, a regionally integrated and prosperous SADC, a better Africa, and a better world, truly at peace with itself. We bow in respect. May her beautiful soul rest in peace. A luta continua. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. We've also received a message coming from Auntie Sophie de Brains. De Brains, one of the living Isitwalandwe of the African National Congress. All the messages, including the ones that were presented here today, we'll appreciate if they could be shared with us. This week's ANC Today newsletter will be dedicated to Comrade Jessie. So everyone who had a speech prepared, please share it with us so that then for this week we are able to disseminate this information as well as distribute it to all other structures of the Alliance and the mass democratic movement. Comrades, we're going to gallop here and invite our President of the Congress of South African Trade Union, Comrade Zingi Swalosi, to come and convey a message on behalf of the workers under the banner of COSATU. Amandla.
Amandla. Long live the Revolutionary Alliance, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Mama Jessie Duarte, long live. Malibongwe. Gama lamakhosikazi. Thank you very much, program directors. Let me acknowledge the family of Comrade Jessie, the Tango and Duarte family, the leadership of the Alliance and its structures, the former president of the ANC, President Thabo Mbeki, the deputy president of the ANC, President Didi Mabuza, and the NEC, political organizations that are present here today, international friends. Comrade Jessie, we waited eagerly for your comeback, but you could not. You could not come back, not because you did not want to, but because death stood on your way. It has indeed robbed of the final chapter to conclude your term of office. Today, as different speakers take platform, the temptation will be to shower you with praises, some of which are genuine, while some are concocted. But we want to tell you the truth about you. Our truth of the first class encounters with you. Comrade Jessie, we have learned that you are one of those brave women leaders who contested a space predominantly controlled by men. You represented the aspirations of women who wish to be politicians and continue to inspire the confidence of an honest leader amid the bleakly tainted political terrain. You emerged against the detractors of factionalism, factional politics to represent our movement to the pure form you learned from serving Ubaba Rolihlahla Mandela. While in that office, Comrade Jessie, you were trusted with key and sensitive information, and you did not use it for wrong motives. Hence, we waited for your comeback to finish the final chapter. You stood true to your convictions and represented the African National Congress even the toughest moments in history. When the detractors expected you to talk back and condemn the movement, when the pressures from the media wanted you to take sides against your very own comrades, when there was attempts by capital to buy your soul and your loyalty, you stood true to the principle of protecting your own. We waited, Comrade Jessie, for a comeback to finish your chapter, especially at this point when the African National Congress is to travail the National Policy Conference and the coming elective conference in December. Comrade Jessie, your voice of reason is needed most at the point when the Secretariat desk is naked, when your office is expected to deal with politics of factional battles. Your void is felt across the corridor of Luthuli House. We waited for your comeback to give us the last chapter, to be a voice that will advance the interest of workers within the movement, which is fiercely contested by capital. Comrade Jessie, the workers are now one short of critical voice in the inner circles of power. Even though you were not fully declared a workerist, but you understood the NDR and its objectives in advancing the interest of the motive forces of our revolution, which are the working class. Today, we tell the truth about the ability to be straight with us and not promise what you knew you could not deliver. We waited for your comeback to finish the chapter. However, we are hopeful that the legacy you have left will form a directive from which those behind will learn. Among your rich history is that you did not betray the revolution. You were always there, available throughout. No scandal can be attached to your name. You served, Comrade Jessie. You served different generations of our movement. Those that were astute, the generation of Baba Madiba, and those that had hyena tendencies, the present generation. Yet you stood your ground to deliver the ANC we come to love. As you depart to meet your fallen heroes and heroines, our beloved leaders and founders, don't forget to give an account of what you have left behind. That account must include the fact that the soul of the ANC is at stake and sometimes sold by its own comrades in the name of factional battles. That the alliance is not at the point where they would have wanted it to be. Configuration is still paused. The battle lines are drawn, comrades are killing one another for power. Workers are still getting a raw deal and the economy is not performing well. Tell them, Comrade Jessie, we are mostly in the dark, all thanks to a collapsing ESCOM due to corruption. Also tell them that COSATU is fighting hard to save ESCOM and get the lights back. The truth is that the last chapter you left is void that we believe the resolve of the movement conference will bring us deserving candidates, most like of your stature. Hamba kakuhle qabane usikhonzele phambili. Amandla.
I was saying to Comrade Zingiswa, ngithi mawukwamqasha ungena nge-clocking card. You clock and then you clock when you go out. She stuck to her time. Qina msebenzi uzophumelela, qina. Malibongwe. Thank you very much, President Zingiswa. We're now going to invite Comrade Madala Masuku, the first Deputy Secretary of the South African Communist Party, fresh from the box. They were showing off about STG and DP, saying they adopted their credentials in their conference in less than 15 minutes. But they took 2 days, to elect their office bearers. So they perfected something, but they took 2 days. Congratulations, Madal.
Thanks, Comrade Nomvula, and to the Deputy President of the ANC and the country, the President Mbeki, and all the leadership of the ANC and the Alliance, and the family. The South African Communist Party lowers its banner in honor of the epitome of a life well lived by the late Deputy Secretary of the ANC, Comrade Jessie Duarte, who was a member of the SACP in good standing at the time of her demise. Comrade Jessie devoted her life to the South African struggle for liberation and social emancipation through advancing the national democratic revolution. Her conduct attests to the fact that she was not just a product of accident, but outcome of long, patient political molding by the best revolutionary ever produced in the likes of Mama Sisulu. When you look at all these you can see that they have got common character. And this common character, you can also read it from the program director. The one of being steadfast and loving the struggles of the people. She lived an exemplary life of a committed cadre, and should I say revolutionary. Her contribution goes back to the people's struggles against apartheid for just non-racial, non-sexist society. We have seen her during the gender equality campaigns. She was there in the campaigns for youth and free education, not only in words and in action, side by side with frustrated students and actively involved in mobilizing resources to help them unlock those apartheid-sealed doors of education. Her commitment to self-development and commitment to literature, her acquaintance that struggles the bounds of race and creed, makes her a true example of a true aspiring communist without pronouncement. As she departed, Comrade Jessie was not just a Deputy Secretary General of the ANC, but she was a member of the Alliance Secretariat. She convened and chaired all meetings and convened Alliance Political Council and gave leadership guidance to them. The Secretariat dealt with most difficult issues and provided leadership guidance. Alliance Secretariat and Political Council meetings are not as easy meetings. However, these meetings continue to take place and came out with excellent decisions that guided the Alliance as a whole and the society during difficult times. We can count amongst them coming up with a response framework to COVID-19 and also effort to save public entities that were ravaged by long plunder of neoliberalism and state capture. In this, she has shown how long years of learning within the struggle, she has perfected a way of managing contradiction inherent within the Alliance. A straight talk, outright honest, a record of commitment within the struggles of the working class, assisted her to navigate through engagement, including a license to chastise and weep in line comrades wherever they get wallowed in their own sectarian interest to the detriment of the unity of the Alliance as a whole. She also had a way of deliberately using what could be mistaken for being a guided, unguided anger to chastise us and whip us into a position. As I conclude, I want to indicate that Comrade Jessie was in the 14th Congress, where delegates were singing and were in their message was about the party participating in elections. And want to say to her as we conclude that in the 15th Congress, the one that concluded just a day before she passed away, the party has taken a decision, yes, to contest, but to contest within the alliance. And they have heeded, the delegates have heeded her guide to build the strong party, a strong independent party, and a strong alliance, and also to build a strong ANC, and to commit to fighting careerists and opportunists within the ANC to make this ever a big movement of the people that must deliver services, because the country is under siege today. The movement is under siege, and it requires unity, and that unity must come from the alliance. To the family, we were expressing our condolences from the highest leadership of the party and the membership, and may the soul of Comrade Jessie rest in peace. Socialism is the future. Build it now. Mantra!
Thank you very much, Comrade Masuku. Let me also acknowledge the message of condolence from President Brahim Ghali of the Polisario Front of the Sahrawi Republic. Comrades, we have 2 segments left, and they are equally important, and I'm going to ask comrades to please settle down. Those who are standing, if they could please find seats. We are now going to get messages from the family of Comrade Jessie, and we'll start with her grandchildren, Kristen, Monique, and Muin. And I'm told that Amira is feeling a bit shy, so the 3 grandchildren will represent the grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Warm greetings to you all. Warm greetings to you all. In the spirit of my amazing grandmother, my name is Monique Wickley, and I'm the 3rd eldest grandchild of this amazing soul, my grandma. There is so much good memories that I would like to thank my grandma Jessie for, and the clip you just saw is but a moment in time as we share one of a very few holidays together as a family. Given a commitment to the people of our beautiful country and world. Thank you, Grandma, for teaching us to be humble, strong, committed, non-racial, kind, disciplined, funny, resourceful, and good human beings to others. Thank you for guiding us in all that we need that had to go through, and always doing this with love and respect for us. Thank you for taking us into the kitchen and teaching us to do the basics for cooking and baking, even though today we rebel and gladly allow others to do that. Thank you for the value you lived and taught us. This will accompany us in our life, and we know you will always continue to guide us and protect us. Thank you for raising my awesome mother Zoe to be strong and amazing in every sense. You see you in her always. Rest peacefully, Grandma. We will continue your good works and live a good, honest life.
Good afternoon in the spirit and respect of my awesome Grandma Jessie. My name is Kristen Whitley, the youngest granddaughter of Grandma Jessie and the one she always asked when I was on top form, you know, where do you come from? I would like to read a poem I came across and adapted for today. The title is, I Love You, Grandma. The way I feel, I can't explain, the gratitude inside. For all the days, weekends, and sleepovers you spent on your couch or at my house, right by my side. For every hug and every kiss to send me on my way. For always guiding me and teaching me to be humble, respectful, kind, courageous, and a good human being to others, to prepare me for another world, for a better world ahead. For loving me through the hurt and pain that's come my way, for holding on to me so tight, yet gentle enough to know that you are there for me and that it will all be all right. For never letting go of the hope you hold for my life, for keeping it so close to your heart all this time, for softly yelling at me when I'm out of place, for always telling me the truth in simple English, for teaching me forgiveness and forgiving me and others for what is said, 'cause I know it sometimes hurts. So now I say what I know and feel. At this time and day, I can proudly say, Grandma, I am in awe looking at your life. I eternally love you and promise to live my life in your footsteps as a young lioness all the time. Rest sweetly in heavenly peace and enjoy the company of those who walk beside you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessie Duarte, and I will be speaking on behalf of my sister Amira and I, as she would prefer not to be on stage at this time. We know that for the world in South Africa, Jessie Duarte was an activist leading movements in South Africa and around the world. We attended a memorial last night hosted by the ANC Sonia Bunting branch and heard from so many about how humble our grandmother was. She was a force that never held back, someone that was always doing for others and impacted many. But for us, she was just our grandma. Our grandma was the one who taught me to make real South Africans do and sent us care packages to Toronto filled with flings, eat some more, chocolate pro nutro, and Romany creams. And when we were with her, we would always lie on the couch and watch movies together, go for walks, or just simple outings for ice cream. Amira has spent hours talking to our grandma about our grandma's past, and we realized we still don't know all of it. So thank you to all the tributes this week, which have allowed us to learn more about her. Amira's activism and grandma's activism and her life is part of the passion that drives Amira to fight for social justice issues, which continue to rise in the United States and Canada. She feels like this part of our grandma's legacy will continue to live in her. We miss our grandma every day. Walking into her house this week after arriving from Toronto has not been easy. And even as we have been there this week, you can feel there is a presence missing. It doesn't feel the same. We don't know that coming to South Africa will ever feel the same without our grandma here. But we have the best memories with her and we'll keep these close to our heart. Thank you to everyone who has have shown us so much support as Jessie's grandchildren. We hope that the paths we choose in life will honor the person she was to all of you and to us.
I'm now going to call the son of Comrade Jessie, as well as Zoe, the daughter. Comrades who are at the doors, please come in and settle down. There's a lot of disturbance and it doesn't help that the sound in the hall echoes. So if comrades can please settle and we can get the tribute from Yusha. Thank you.
Good afternoon, delegates, and good afternoon, comrades. Former President Mbeki, Deputy President Mabuza, Mabaleka, TG, thank you very much for hosting us this evening and this afternoon. I have a few words of thanks from the family to everybody who has sent through all the messages of support and condolences. We'd like to thank the ANC for all the support we've received over these last few days and week, and thank everybody who has come over to the house to share their condolences with us and share their time with us and memories that they have had with our mom. With that said, we've heard a lot about my mom's achievements and activities over the last few decades. Some of those achievements and activities are her grandchildren and her kids, and we are very proud to call her mother. And there are a few words that I have put together to say, these are the words that we feel, or I feel, define my mom in the best way possible. First and foremost, my mom was a humanist and a humanitarian. She was an internationalist, an activist, a comrade, a cadre, and above all, a mother. Not in the traditional sense, as everybody has heard. We have shared our mom over the decades with the nation and with the world. However, she did do something for us that we cannot forget, and that is she allowed us to watch her live without restriction. And those are the lessons we will carry for a very, very long time, and also lessons we will pass on to our children. For myself and my sister, we are eternally grateful to our families. Ian, my sister's husband, my wife, my kids, and my nieces, who sacrificed the last 9 months of us being around all the time so that we could be with our mom on a daily basis, has given us an opportunity to share some of the most special moments with her, some of the best moments we have had over the years. Instead of watching her on TV, being able to sit next to her, hold her hand, and have long, meaningful conversations about her life and our lives. With that said, also my mom, listening to a lot of the speeches today, one of the things I could hear my mom saying while the youth was speaking is how passionate she is about the youth of this country, how passionate she is about where the youth will be taking us. And I could hear her screaming from heaven going, "Roar, young lions, roar! Roar, young lions, roar!" And that was my mom, and the last word to define her would be radical, because she did have the streak and would always bring that forward whenever it was most required. I'd like to thank everybody for your time, and we will be healing together with you through your words and through your messages. Thank you.
Good evening, Your Excellencies, honorable dignitaries, friends, family, esteemed guests. I just want to say one thing. Thank you, everybody, comrades, for the song for my mother, for every party that I will have going forward. That is the one song that's going to open the dance floor for her. I am honored to have this opportunity to share my tribute for my mother, Yasmin Jessie Duarte. I'm honored to be the daughter of Yasmin Jessie Duarte. My mother was our everything, but all of my life I had to share with so many people across the world. It was really hard as a young child growing up not having my mother present all the time, but I understood her purpose as an activist and her role as a leader in the ANC. Today I can be thankful and know that it was all worth it as I hear and continue to see the amazing work my mother has done for all whom she touched. She was a selfless servant to the end of life here on earth, but I know she continues in spirit. Since she was my go-to person and best friend. She guided me gently through bringing up my own daughters, and I will continue to encourage what she so kindly taught us. Our family moments, especially weekends, will never be forgotten or the same. In the last 9 months, I protected her from concerning herself about others and treasure my moments with her as my mother, no matter how sick and exhausted she was. This is a letter I wrote to my mother that my Uncle Zane referred to in his speech on the day of her funeral. I wrote this letter to my mum over time since her illness. Dear Mum, I don't know where to begin. I don't know if I could keep writing because I am so heartbroken and sad and tearful, but I will keep writing. I am sitting next to you, watching you sleep and thinking about what is going to happen. Will you be okay? All kinds of things were going through my mind. You were diagnosed with stage 4 pancreas cancer in November 2021. I will never forget the day you called me to tell me. I was in Cape Town on a family holiday, so far away to give you a hug. My heart broke at that moment. I said, God, please, not my mother. You insisted that we must not worry and enjoy the holiday because you were still in hospital at the time. It was not an easy pill to swallow. I was still processing it all. When I returned home, nothing was going to be the same again. It still feels like a bad dream. I promised you that we will be in this together. I will help you fight. You will not be alone. Every week of doctor appointments, hospital admissions, and chemo treatments, I have been at your side every day. I watched you, Mum. I never wanted to leave you alone. Yusha and I helped you day and night, making sure that you are comfortable and you take your medicines on time. In this time we spent talking to you, feeding you, helping you when you had no energy to help yourself. Your energy decreased, you lost so much weight, and you wanted space so that we don't see the pain you are in. I could also see how little has changed. Your smile is still the same, still warm. Your laugh never changed. Sometimes it was difficult for you to laugh because of the pain and not feeling good from the chemo treatment. But your smile, regardless of the pain and discomfort, was everything. You're one of the bravest women I know. Many people said that about you. I'm still in awe of your bravery, and I hope that I can be like you. You were super mum, even when you were not present as often as you could be. I still see you that way now. There is always the question, why my mum? Why now, at the time when she could be enjoying her retirement? There was still hope in us that the operation would be successful and the tumor could be removed. That day for me felt like the longest day in my life, but it was also the most devastating throughout the journey. The doctors had no good news. When they came out of the theater, the look on their faces were deeply pained and more worried. The operation could not proceed as planned because the tumor got bigger and the cancer got aggressive and spread. I screamed inside me, asking God for help, overwhelmed with emotion. When I saw you in ICU after the op, Yusha and I were at your side, all hope shattered, but you were so calm and said, please don't cry, be strong, I will fight. The weeks after the op was difficult. You were in so much pain, recovering from your wounds and everything else over and above that. Mum, there is one thing about you, and that is you are always in control of matters in your life. Cancer left little to control, and you said, whatever happens, we must be strong. The reality of losing you was so terrifying. There was still so much for us to do together as a family. Your children and your grandchildren was your biggest blessing and also your biggest concern. You worried about us, but I always assured you that we will be okay when we spoke about it. I assured you that the kids will be taken care of. They will always love you, Mum. You are the best grandmother to them. You did everything for them. They will forever keep you in their hearts and live your dreams and live in your legacy. The kids are so much like you. We all have a little of you in us. The memories, the good and bad times. You lived a good life, Mum. You are loved and admired by so many, near, far, and wide. You have children, grandchildren, family, and friends that love you and appreciated you. Taking care of you gave me a newfound appreciation of everything you did for me and my family. As a daughter, I needed to do everything for you. My faith in God helped me to accept the circumstances, even though it was difficult to come to terms with the fact that you will not survive this dreaded disease. Every day, I held your hand and I prayed for peace and comfort. I asked God not to let you suffer. My hope was that you don't suffer. You heard me whispering my prayers while you were asleep. Heavily medicated at one time, you opened your eyes and smiled and went back to sleep. I knew you were listening. I'm grateful to have you as a mother. I am proud of you. I thank God every day for blessing me with your life and love and support that you gave to me and my family. I hated seeing you sick. I hated seeing you in so much pain. And you were suffering. It broke me. There were times when I felt completely helpless. There was not much that I could do to take away the pain and suffering. I protected you to be at peace and to rest. Your peace was my peace. Your pain was my pain. When the doctors explained that it's not looking good and what we will expect going forward, we encouraged you to continue with the chemo to help you slow down the cancer growth for more time. You were tired and exhausted. Your body was too weak. You made the decision, no more chemo. We accepted your wish. On 10th July, you woke up feeling extremely ill. You needed oxygen. We called for help. I felt so scared. You were deteriorating so quickly, I could feel it. You held my face in your hands and asked me to let you go and be strong for everyone. You said that I'm the strongest woman you know, and for me, you are the strongest woman I know. I told you that I'm ready to let you go because I don't want you to suffer anymore. You said, I know, and your voice was so soft like you were drifting. I cried bitterly that morning because I knew we're running out of time. You fought hard, Mum. You fought hard for more time. We needed more time. I asked God for more time, but at the same time, I did not want you to suffer. In the week before you passed, you deteriorated so much in the hospital. You became less responsive. You were looking through me all the time. The medication made you drowsy and asleep. I started to miss your voice, and I hoped that you could talk to me more, but it was hard for you. Your mouth was so dry, you could hardly eat or drink. I sat quietly most of the time watching you and praying. It broke me when all you could say was, help me. And I would do what I could do to help you and make you comfortable. Your liver started to fail. We were advised to take you home so that you can rest in peace at home. This is all you wanted. This is all that you wanted, was to be at your house, in your bed, with your family around you. I spent time lying next to you, talking to you, even though you could no longer respond, holding your hand, whispering in your ear, peace, Mum, God will look after you. This was our last moments. God called you home a few minutes after 12 a.m. on 17th July 2022. You passed peacefully, no more pain. Your face was so peaceful, I will never forget your face. I wanted you back so badly. I screamed for you. I needed to hold on to you before you were taken away from us completely. I still slept next to you, held you, kissed you, touched your face, stroked your hair for the last few hours I had. But at the same time, I thanked God for His grace and peace. Rest well, Mummy. We promise to fulfill your wishes and carry your legacy for eternity. I will always be your baby. I would like to personally thank the medical oncology and professional nursing team at Donald Gordon Medical Center for doing everything they did to give us more time with you. Even though we knew that the cancer was at an advanced stage and could not be reversed, she truly trusted you, and thank you for treating her as any other cancer patient as per wishes. She preferred to be treated the same like all other cancer patients. She humbly sat patiently in queues week after week, month after month, waiting for a turn to be treated and to be attended to. She never expected to be put in first place before others. She never asked for favors. She respected others more. She gained respect for that. For those comrades who truly knew, loved, and cared about my mother and our hero, you would know that she would never expect special treatment outside of her medical team's treatment and the confines of the medical law. In loving memory of our mother, sister, grandmother, friend, aunt, leader, Yasmin Jessie Duarte, may your beautiful soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Hi, my name is Abbas Dangle. I'm Jessie's second youngest brother. My heart goes out to Zoe and Yusha. We spent the last couple of months comforting their mother 24/7. And if it wasn't, watching the mother going through that pain. So Zoe and Yusha, your spouses and your kids, we know exactly what you've been through. So our heartfelt condolences. My first memory as a child was of a house in Nuclear, filled with people, loud conversations and laughter. I think Fairy Hafaji described our home as a community center that gathered young people in its warmth and a revolutionary spirit. I could not have described it any better. I'm sure you know that Jessie was, the fifth of 9 siblings and the only daughter. And that's where she perfected a bullshit detector. Our dinner table conversations centered mostly around politics and often resulted in robust and heated conversations between the Azapo-aligned activists and the Congress underground activists. It was during this time that I think Jessie honed her communication skills and her ability to challenge overbearing and highly opinionated males. Jessie has been, over the last couple of days, I've seen Jessie being described as feisty. I think that's doing a disservice to her. She was much more than that. She was a strong, independent, purpose-driven, kind, and compassionate person, and an absolute social justice warrior, who can sometimes be feisty too. I suspect that the generosity of spirit was a legacy from our mother Julie, and a quick wit a legacy of our father Ibrahim. I remember I was in year 2, I was just started school, and there was an article in the newspaper with Jessie's face plastered on the front of it. I was barely literate, just my second or third year. I took the newspaper, ran across the road from our house in Nuclear to the flats, and embellished the story and told all my friends that my sister's famous. I don't know what it was for. Little did I know, this was more than 50 years ago. And here we are. Look, the one thing I want to add is, Jessie and her then husband John took myself and my younger brother in when I was 11 and when Zayn was 9. They didn't have much. They had very, very little, and I know that. And what they had to be divided even further. And I know the sacrifices that they made to raise myself and Zayn and Zoe and Yusha. And I had a conversation with Jessie about this many, many years after, and I said, we know that the sacrifices extended to denying their own 2 children a comfortable upbringing. And for that, we will be eternally grateful. They gave us everything they had and more. They educated us, they fed us, they nurtured us, they disciplined us, they disciplined us, they disciplined us. When the news of Jessie's illness first broke, I think everybody thought her resilience should make a comeback. But unfortunately, she didn't. She succumbed to cancer. Despite the determined and outstanding efforts of the health professionals at the Donald Gordon Hospital, Jessie was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer in November 2021. She was in the care of the best doctors and scientists that we could get hold of. And as a family, we implore those who seek to cast false aspersions on the cause of her death to stop, because it is both hurtful and baseless. We want to reiterate our gratitude to the health professionals at the Gordon Hospital for looking after Jessie in the manner which they did. Dr. Ramos, Georgia, and the team. Last but not least, you, her friends and comrades, who over the last couple of months have extended their well wishes and prayers, and over the last couple of days, the outpouring of love and respect for Jessie from near and far. It is greatly appreciated. We love her, you love her as much as we do, and that fills our heart with love as well. To her ANC family, you were a close second to her immediate family. Our condolences to you. And this is fairly difficult as well. As you are her family as well, we ask that there are some sections to respect her legacy and her family, by not using her to advance your own agendas. There's been media widely published about Jessie divulging secrets. And we all know if Jessie wanted to say something, she'd say it up front. She wouldn't divulge anything. And people may want to use this as an opportunity to besmirch her name or to use her to advance their own agendas. We ask, please, we implore that you stop. For your sake and for our family's sake. And that's it. Ambakala, my sister, your legacy will remain forever in the books, but more importantly, forever in our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the family for those moving tributes. Comrades, we're now at the last segment, and before I call the Treasurer General of the ANC, the acting SG, we've also received a tribute and message of condolences from the former President, President Jacob Zuma, which will also be forwarded to the family. Now let me thank you, comrades, for allowing myself and my co-program director, Comrade Nomvula, to preside over the program. Will not be returning. I will now hand over to Comrade Mashatile, who will introduce the President and the Deputy President, and then Comrade Dango will come and deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of all of us. Thank you very much, comrades. Amandla! Amandla! Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Jessie, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Jessie Duarte, long live. Amandla.
Thank you so much. Igama lamakhosikazima libongwe, igama lamakhosikazima libongwe ma, libongwe ma, libongwe ma, libongwe ma, libongwe igama lamakhosikazi ma, libongwe
igama lamakhosikazi ma libongwe ma libongwe ma libongwe ma libongwe ma libong. Long live the spirit of Comrade Jessie Duarte, long live. Phela kunaphakati, Comrade Jessie Duarte, phela kunaphakati. Comrades, it has been a long day. Thank you, Comrade Nomvula and Comrade Tasnim, for steering the boat. I would now like to take this opportunity, firstly, to invite President Mbeki to pay tribute. Ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, igama lamakhosikazi ma libongwe, igama lamakhosikazi ma libongwe ma libongwe ma libongwe. Viva President Mbeki, viva. Viva President Mbeki, viva.
Thanks, Comrade Paul. Thank you very much, Comrade Paul, and program directors, Comrade Mohammed, the Tango, the Duarte, and the Whitley families, Deputy President of the ANC, Comrade Didi Mabuza, and the rest of the leaders of the ANC, the COSATU, and the Communist Party, and comrades, ladies and gentlemen. You will see that in your program, I'm speaking at 5 o'clock. So it's 5 o'clock. So let me make it brief, comrades, because we're an hour and a half late. We've convened, of course, here to say, to pay tribute to a revolutionary and to say the final farewell to her. And all of us have spoken very, very well indeed to explain why Comrade Jessie won that particular accolade of being called a revolutionary. And as a revolutionary, Comrade Jessie would have understood a number of things. One of them was that as revolutionaries and as a revolutionary movement, we really exist to serve the people. It's what justifies our existence. To serve the people with no expectation of any reward to these revolutionaries except the reward of fulfilling the aspirations of the people. Another lesson she would have learned, and she did as a revolutionary, was to respect the truth. Always to respect the truth. So today we pay this tribute to this revolutionary, who among other things as a revolutionary is identified by those two factors: service to the people and respect for the truth. Now I'm quite certain that many of us today and other days have made the correct statement that we need to honor the legacy the legacy of this revolutionary, Comrade Jessie Duarte. And indeed, we would all of us be saying, long live the spirit of Comrade Jessie Duarte, quite correctly. Now, comrades, in my view, to honor that legacy and to respect what we mean when we say long live her spirit means there are a number of things that we must do. I'm talking particularly about the comrades in the ANC and maybe even broadly in the alliance. I'll be very brief about these matters because we've run out of time. But they are important to respect what we ourselves say when we say we honor the legacy of Comrade Jessie Duarte. It must mean some things practical, not slogans. The last ANC National Conference in December in 2017, it took an important decision. And that decision said that the ANC must renew itself. And it said, for its own survival. That if the ANC did not renew itself, it will perish. This is 4.5 years later. National Policy Conference of the ANC is meeting in a week's time. And on that agenda, one of the matters is the renewal of the ANC. A very, very simple, straightforward matter. One of the things we're meeting to discuss is what, in fact, do we understand by renewal of the ANC 4.5 years later? So I'm saying, comrades, that's one of the things we must address. Yeah. It's a challenging task, it's a challenging job, because even in the 49th conference, National Conference of the ANC, which was in December 1994, even then, comrades at conference were saying, we've begun to inherit people into the ranks of the ANC who are not ANC. People are coming into the organization in order to use it as a stepladder to positions of state power in order to accumulate wealth for themselves. That statement, that message has been made in all conferences of the ANC since then. So I'm saying renewal is going to mean, among other things, ridding ourselves of these people who've joined the movement for self-service, to serve themselves, to enrich themselves. It's a very good, a difficult challenge. We will have to go beyond deciding what is the definition to acting on the renewal. That is to honor the legacy of Comrade Jessie. Correctly, the movement says that we're faced with challenges of unemployment, of poverty, inequality. Very correct. In terms of our commitment to serve the people, we have to address those issues. But the fact of the matter, comrades, is that as I'm standing here, as we're sitting, all of us here, we do not have an agreed national plan to address these challenges. We don't have it. There is no national plan to address these challenges of poverty, unemployment, inequality. It doesn't exist. I'm saying to serve the people, it requires that we address this. The Comrade President Cyril Ramaphosa, when he delivered the State of the Nation address in February, That's why he said, in 100 days, there must be agreed a comprehensive social compact to address these matters. Nothing has happened. Nothing. Yeah. I'm saying to honor the legacy of Comrade Jessie, we've got to do something about that. Yeah. We must address local government. You will see all of these reports from the Auditor General that always come out and point a finger at the councils, particularly which are led by the ANC. That level of government which is directly in contact with the people every day. What message are we communicating to these masses? I think part of the crisis in terms of local government is illustrated by what is happening in Mangaung. Paralyzed until national government has to intervene. And who are these people who are paralyzed in the Mangaung municipality? It's ANC people. They're fighting among themselves. That's nothing to do with serving the people of South Africa. It's got something else. Who are these people in Mangaung who call themselves ANC, but in fact paralyze local government? I think we can all see the growth of lawlessness in our society. It's very visible. Every day you see all of these terrible crimes being committed. The other day, was it yesterday, people with guns just marching to a supermarket in Benoni and broad daylight. What are we doing about that? The new General Secretary of the South African Communist Party, I think it was yesterday, he made a statement that worried me greatly. And he said, our leadership is failing to discharge its responsibility to lead. He said the country is on autopilot. And went on to say that one of his fears is that when that leadership wakes up to these responsibilities, it will be at the moment when the plane is about to crash. We may differ with that statement, but I think that it was made by General Secretary of the party means there is something that is wrong. We can't just dismiss that statement. I think to honor the legacy of Comrade Jessie, these are matters that we have to attend to. One of my fears, comrades, is that one of these days, we were talking about this with Comrade Mohammed, we are going to have our own version of the Arab Spring. You remember what happened in Tunisia, in Tunis, when that Arab Spring started? There was a street hawker vendor who got abused by the police. They beat him up and destroyed whatever he was selling. And that got the country angry. That's how that massive uprising took place, started in Tunisia. It's because the problems were brewing under the surface. They just needed only that thing, a little spark. I'm saying one of my fears is that one of these days it's going to happen to us. You can't have so many people unemployed, so many people poor, people faced with this lawlessness I'm talking about, faced with a leadership in which they see these ANC people one after another are called corrupt. One day it's going to explode. I've been very fortunate in the last 2 weeks or so to get invitations from our provincial leaders in a number of provinces. So I've been going around a bit. And I'm very, very glad that I've had that opportunity because it's brought me closer to ordinary members of the ANC. And there are many, many, many ordinary members of the ANC who are as concerned as you and I are about the state of the ANC. Who are not corrupt, who want to do something that this ANC of theirs becomes the ANC that it's always been. That gives hope, comrades, hope that we can indeed do the things that would show our respect for the legacy of Comrade Jessie Duarte. So we reposition ourselves so that this process of the renewal of the country, of service to the people, of doing all of these things that are going to mean truly a better life for the people, that they happen. That even for the movement, we address one of the things that Comrade Jessie addressed very correctly. When we're sitting there talking with the Deputy President and Comrade Mohammed, we're saying we're very, very glad that we've had this attendance here. But there are many, many South Africans who are not here. Comrade Jessie raised this thing very sharply. Non-racialism is very, very fundamental to our movement. And that victory against racism and against South Africa to produce that non-racial South Africa must also reflect itself in us. We have to be a non-racial movement, but we are not. And because we are sitting here on the platform, we can see we are not a non-racial audience. It's a pointer to something that's wrong. Comrades, long live the spirit of Comrade Jessie Duarte. And we say, as we say that, we mean that we are truly, truly going to honor her legacy by attending to these things that I've tried to mention. Amandla. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, President Becky. Thank you very much. Comrades, I'm now going to take this opportunity to invite Deputy President of the ANC and the Republic, Comrade Tabete Mabuza, to address us.
Thank you, Treasurer General, Program Directors. Thank you for the opportunity. To the Duarte, Tango, and Whitley families, the entire leadership of the ANC and the Tripartite Alliance, leaders of our different formations that are present here, members of the diplomatic corps, comrades and friends. We gathered here today to pay our last respect in this memorial service for our fallen cadre of our movement, Comrade DSG, Jessie Duarte, whose name and legacy will forever remain synonymous with that of the African National Congress. We're here to pay tribute, honor Comrade Jessie, a revolutionary freedom fighter who dedicated her entire life to the service of the people of South Africa. We agree with the former president, President Thabo Mbeki, when you say we must walk the talk, we must exemplify Comrade Jessie. On that fateful Sunday morning, on the 17th of July 2022, South Africa and the whole world woke up in a darker space, as informed by the news of the passing away of Comrade Jessie. Her departure from life came as a shock to all of us, even after months of illness that saw her taking a medical leave from her position in the ANC. As the ANC and our friends in the diaspora, we want to join the family, friends, and every other South African in mourning the passing away of Comrade Jessie, as we grapple trying to adapt to a life without her. We are weaker without her. We are weaker without her compassion, her hard work, and effective mobilization skills. She held the second term of her elected position as DSG faithfully and with integrity until the last day. Her passing is therefore a great loss, not only to her family and the African National Congress, but also to the whole country and the continent of Africa that continues to fight underdevelopment. Her sad passing has left a void at Lutuli House, at every level of the African National Congress and in the lives of countless of South Africans who were looking upon her for guidance, for solutions in these difficult and complex times. She consistently had the appropriate weights and attitudes when addressing issues inside our movement and in society as a whole. As a seasoned cadre who owned her political credentials in the African National Congress, the mass democratic movement, she possessed vast knowledge, abilities, insight into complex issues that are facing our people and the movement. She embodied the soul and the spirit of the African National Congress, a caring and accomplished national liberation movement, and a leader of society. In her, many compatriots, many of our fellow comrades found a sister and a mother. They found a social worker and a political leader for all seasons in one person. One of her distinct traits as a leader was that she loved the people that she was entrusted to lead, especially the poor and those who are vulnerable. She diligently immersed herself in the African National Congress structures, right from national to the branch levels, in order to ensure that the ANC's values, policies and practices and processes are strengthened. Her uncompromising but comradely approach to tackling organizational issues and challenges wherever she's deployed by the ANC in various provinces has earned her much respect from the ANC cadres and society in general. In the process, she ensured that young leaders are guided and mentored on revolutionary discipline that is grounded on the ANC values and ideology, premised on the National Democratic Revolution. Her organizational and administrative skills will be missed in this glorious movement of our people. Comrade Jessie's life embodied the values of the servant leadership, placing at the center our people, pursuing the goals of building a country that is non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous. In her numerous leadership capabilities within the ANC and government, she functioned with utmost effort and dedication, demonstrating all the time warmth and humanity through an ever-present beaming smile that conveyed brilliance, and compassion. Indeed, the country and the ANC have lost a revolutionary. A revolutionary who fought against racism, a revolutionary who fought against injustice and inequalities, a revolutionary who fought tribalism, sexism, patriarchy, both within and outside our movement. A revolutionary who fought for the downtrodden and the marginalized within our society. Revered across the political spectrum, Comrade Jessie was direct and firm, but compassionate, respectful, and humble. She was brave, fierce, and politically astute, but demonstrated at all times a great sense of humanity, maturity towards political adversaries, and those who held different views. She earned the respect of political actors and leaders from diverse political persuasions as a true patriot, a servant of this nation. As a patriot, she could differ in opinion and approach with many of us, but she will always wanted what is best for the country, South Africa, and her people. In commemorating the life and time of Comrade Jessie, as a feminist, an internationalist, we are reminded of the struggles for women's rights throughout Africa and the world. We are inspired to quote Thomas Sankara, a revolutionary son of Africa, who declared, I quote, "The revolution and women's liberation go together. We do not talk of women's emancipation as an act of charity or out of a surge of human compassion. It is a basic necessity for the revolution to triumph. Women hold up the other half of the sky." Close quote. Similarly, Oliver Tambo, our longest-serving president of the ANC, emphasized the importance of gender equality and women's emancipation in the liberation struggle. He said, and I quote, "The mobilization of women is a task not only of women alone or men alone, but for all of us, men and women alike, comrades in the struggle. The mobilization of the people into active resistance and struggle for liberation demands the energies of women no less than of men." Comrade Jessie, a passionate revolutionary, devoted her leadership service to the cause of women's liberation until her death. She remained a very crucial voice in furthering women's leadership within the ANC and in society as a whole. No one could take away Comrade Jessie's desire to recognize and promote the rights of all women. In Comrade Jessie, the illuminating and empowering spirit of our heroines lived and lit the path of our revolutionary struggle to achieve gender equality, human rights, and women's leadership in our society. She gallantly walked the path of great women leaders who inspired the cause of our liberation, struggle, and freedom. She ran her race in the footsteps of great stalwarts, such as Charlotte McBurg, Lillian Ngoyi, Albertina Sisulu, Adelaide Tambo, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and countless other women leaders in the ANC and the mass democratic movement, whose lives were dedicated to the liberation struggle and service to our people. Without doubt, Comrade Jessie's name will be inducted and immortalized into the illustrious liberation history of women, struggle heroines, with all the outstanding women leaders South Africa has ever produced. To honor her, we must continue the journey she began as a youth activist in the Westbury and Nuclear neighborhoods of Johannesburg, when she forsaken her career as an accountant to enter the world of heroic activism and hard politics. Since then, throughout the rest of her life, Comrade Jessie has been a woman of strength and fortitude. She drew the strength from iconic leaders of our movement, such as Mama Albertina Sisulu. In her memory, we must run with the baton to deepen women's emancipation, women's empowerment, and broaden access to developmental opportunities to all women, to all people with disabilities, and all other marginalized sectors of our society. The ANC will continue to elevate and foreground the critical leadership role of women at all levels. Despite progress made to date in the representation of women in the ANC leadership, legislatures, and government, there is no doubt, no question that more work still needs to be done to advance gender equality. Equally, we must win the war against gender-based violence and femicide, child abuse, and the killings in our communities. Her relentless spirit must propel us to win the war against crime, the war against corruption, and social ills that beset our communities. It is her resilient spirit that must guide us in the fight to defeat poverty and unemployment and build a better future for the youth of our country. As part of the top leadership echelons of the African National Congress, Comrade Jessie was unwavering in pursuit of organizational renewal and unity within the movement to build a strong organization with the necessary requisite skills and capabilities to lead society and improve the lives of our people. With her political acumen and composure, Comrade Jessie guided the movement on a righteous path. She battled for the regeneration of the movement to remain relevant and in touch with the people and society in general. Our task as the ANC volunteers and leadership is to work hard to regain the lost ground in order to restore the waning confidence of our people in the ANC as leader of society, to re-emerge as a strong, transformative, and revolutionary force. We must eliminate destructive internal fractures that undermine organizational renewal and unity. In her memory, we shall never let the ANC crumble because of our selfish behavior. We should never allow disagreements and preferences of leadership to tear the organization apart. We must never relent. Instead, her departure calls upon us to go back to basics, to the core principles of our movement, and lead by examples. As leaders and members of the ANC, we must understand that in all our work that we do, the people are at the center. Our mere existence is defined by our ability to serve the people with commitment and diligence. It is not about our personal interests, leadership positions, and wanton accumulation of resources in the sea of poverty around us. We want to take this opportunity and thank the family, the Duarte family, the Tango family, and all the children for allowing us to share time with Comrade Jessie, for allowing Comrade Jessie time to work for the ANC, She was not always at home. She works extraordinary hours, at times from 6 to 6 in Shule House, and you understood. Thank you very much for sharing her with the ANC. We want to say the loss in the family is the loss in the ANC. We are poorer without her, and I'm sure all of us in the ANC and within the family will pick up the spear and proceed the struggle. To Comrade Jessie, farewell. Farewell, Comrade Jessie. And if there's time to rest, you must rest, and rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Comrades, let me hand over to the program directors to indicate if there are any announcements that need to be made. But thank you very much to President Mbeki and Deputy President Mabuza for paying tribute to our sister. Comrade Nomvula.
Thanks, Comrade TG. We have 3 memorial services tomorrow, one in the Western Cape, the other one in the Northwest, and one in Limpopo. As we have indicated earlier, KZN will dedicate time during the opening session of their provincial conference. This is the program that the National Executive Committee of the ANC had agreed that it must be implemented by all our provinces. The ANC Women's League will have a national memorial service next week, Thursday, in the Western Cape, with all provinces also joining them with effect from Monday, memorial services of the ANC Women's League. Thank you very much, comrades, and we've come to the end of our program, but I'm going to please ask you, allow Comrade Mohammed Dango to come and say a vote of thanks, and then let's allow the family, Comrade Kulu and Ubakeng, if you could usher the family back to the transport, and then Lirunari Kele Kakahiso. Comrade Dango.
Thank you, comrade organizers. Thank you, Comrade Mbeki. Thank you, Comrade Mabuza. Thank you, Comrade Mbeki. Thank you, Comrade Mashatile. Let me remind myself. Thank you, ministers that are present. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, members of the diplomatic corps. Thank you, comrades, importantly. I want to thank the Broad Alliance for arranging this remembrance of Comrade Jessie, but also to celebrate her life. And as Comrade Mbeki reminded us of our historic mission, but also of our future mission, that we have the responsibility to take forward the historic issues and matters that had been raised by the predecessors, that we also have to look at the scenario into the future to ensure that we have a prosperous South Africa, a safe Africa, and a better world. And with those few words, I want to thank you, because this issue was supposed to be at 1745. We are way beyond that. Thank you very much. Maibuya. Amandla. Thank you very much. Can we allow the dignitaries to please exit first and the family to exit, and then everybody else can follow. Thank you very much.
Oliver Tambo, Misandasa. Oliver Tambo, Misandasa. Oliver Tambo, Misandasa. Oliver Tambo, Misandasa. Oliver Tambo, Misandasa.